Oh no, Massilative! Oh my god. How you doing? Thank you for coming in and saying hey. It had come at last. Damn. Already. Starting off hot. Starting off hot. We love you, Massilative. We love you. You're so cool. You're so cool. Just the Discord one, and then I'm gonna work on. After that, I'm gonna work on the Twitter one. So I'm gonna try to finish it as best as I can. But I'm glad you came in just to say hey. But yeah, I don't expect anybody to be on today. I expect everybody to be doing shit for Friday and stuff like that. Just enjoying themselves. I could have done it last night, but I just literally did not feel like doing it. I was like, oh man, I'll just take a nap and then I'll wake up and I'll. Uh. But then I started having weird dreams and, ugh. Yeah. Uh. No, it's just weird fucking dreams. Just like people trying to kill me and then realizing why would they try to kill me and stuff like that, and then being let go immediately when I ask that question of like, yeah, I don't have an answer. Oh duh, no, damn it. And then there was one where uh just some men just some men there being creepy and shit like that. Just some creepy old men. Yeah, well, I do have some unfinished business. I've got lots of unfinished business. Right here. Yeah. I personally. I don't think I have anything to fucking say to anybody. Like, as far as I know, I have some real fine business. If I had any business, I had a dream where my ex was there hanging out for no reason, and she's being a huge bitch to me, and I don't know why. I was just like, why are you being this way? Like, I don't care if you do your thing. Do your thing. And then it was all good. It was just, I accepted that she's gonna do her own thing, and I want her to live a happy life. And, like, I don't know, maybe my dreams are like, we're trying to figure something out, man. I don't know. No, I don't miss her. I do not miss her. Like, I don't miss someone who genuinely didn't tell me how they were feeling. I don't miss someone who is just completely shuts me off. I don't miss someone like that. I'm happy where I am, and I'm content with my life. So I mean, maybe some part of me misses her, but I rarely think about her. But I had a weird dream that she was there and she was being a huge bitch to me. And I was like, dude, just live your life. I don't care what you do. Just live your life. You don't need me to live it. Oh, I was going to add some stuff in there. So yeah, I think it's just my brain trying to figure itself out and stuff like that. But yeah, no. But yeah, I think everything's all good, you know. You know, if I really wanted to, I know I could just say hey to her and stuff like that, and you know, if I had anything. Aw, it's gonna be okay. I know that things aren't perfect, and you know, aw, it's a constant struggle living life. Life isn't easy, and it never will be. You just gotta find where you really, you know, you set down and you move. You know, be able to just function sometimes. But it, but you'd be surprised at how much friends can really help out. Just a, just a friendly face or someone just asking you about your day can change your attitude. Hey, Enter Joke. Massive Lad and me are just hanging out. Thank you for coming in and just saying hey. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna fix that. Just fixing the moon so it doesn't look like straight up trash. Oh, thank you. Come on. Come on now. I know what's happening. I knew exactly what happened. Don't worry. Don't look at me right now. Yeah. So yeah, right now, I don't know what to put on these gravestones though. I've also got two 20-minute sketches I've got to do eventually. Uh, and by the way, just let me know, guys, if you want a 20-minute sketch. If you got enough points. Almost there, just 1,000 more points. Yeah. Just need to hang out here. You get it so easily. Just hanging out with the goat. Just chilling out. Hanging out with your friends. I know I know that Masalatum likes hanging out over here. Just chilling out. I love hanging out. I know that Board likes hanging out over here as well. When he can. He's probably in the middle of stuff today. Just chill out. Kick up your legs and just be you. Hope the streaming's been going well, man. That's fine. It's 20 minutes. It's just a 20-minute sketch. I do have a lot on my plate, but, you know, that doesn't mean that I don't want to. I doesn't mean that I don't want to do nice things to you for you guys. You guys are incredible. You guys are amazing, and I want to appreciate you guys. You know, you guys keep me going every day. You guys, every time that I can do it, you guys make it so that I can actually keep going. You know? Oh my god, no. The queue will never end, though. I'm gonna tell you guys, the queue will never end. It will just keep going and growing. Artists never stop drawing. They just make more things. Oh my gosh. Yes. And then I've got that. And now I've got to. What else on this? I've got to finish these. That is the question of, like, what do I write there? That's the question of like, what do I write there? Because I think it's basically done. I'm fine with it. I think everybody else is fine with it. Because all I need to do is reshape it. What? No, 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 Vacillatum, no. I don't want to put your name there. No, Mass, no, no. Oh, let's think. God, I hate that. I hate that so much. I gotta fix that. Gotta fix that. Hold up. Nope. Too much blend. Weaken that shit down. Let's think. Hmm. Hmm. Let's think. Let's think. I don't want to put Masalatov's name that it's not nice. I love Masalatov. He's too cool. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. No, no. I Lativ, no. You're still alive and well. Nightbot and you still have to fight. You still can fight Nightbot. You have the strength. I believe in you. Hmm. Oh, I could do. Hmm. What's something that I like that I stopped liking? That's a good question. Just, you know what? For right now, it's fine. If you look close, you'll see he's one of the skeletons below her. No! No! Oh my god, you guys. You guys are so bad. Also, I need to fix this. Rip, Lad and Bunny got hunted down. No, the bunny is fine. Oh, oh my goodness. You guys are great. But Adam's just fine. He's okay. There we go. or like someone's name, then just go, they ain't dead, but they did did put this gravestone. They did put it on a gravestone. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. That would be okay. Yeah. I just don't. I don't know. I don't like fucking with that. I just don't want to. I don't want people to be like, oh man, oh I really love this guy. Oh he's really cool. I love. He's got some great vibes. Next week. Oh, did you know that this person actually did die? What? No. I gotta fix all these flames. Hold up. I'll read your messages in just a moment, guys. Hold up. Let me finish this. And then I can get onto the Twitter panel, and then the other one, and then work on comic book stuff today. That's what I want to do, is work on comic book stuff today. Hacha. Hacha. Blam. I've seen a pic of a bench with a plaque that had someone named, and they're not dead. They just like plaques. Like it's pronounced GIF, not GIF. Ladav, you are a cool guy. You are a cool bro. Don't don't you get me with that. Don't you dare get me with that. It is pronounced GIF, and I do not care what that guy says. The creator can go suck my left nut if he thinks that he can tell me what to do or say. Hmm. I'm just fixing some of these. There we go. There we go. So it looks like a real, like, they affect the background and stuff like that. Ba-da-da-da. But yes, Ladiv. Uh, I mean, we can fight on this. I'd rather not fight on this, but it's GIF, not GIF. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you at all. But that's just how it is. Now, I have to. Adag. If I just like funny ones, kick. You is a funny guy, though. You're so cool. That is so cool. Yeah. Firm and well packed. Get it? Merge selected. I'll call it Giphy if I have to, just to give me the funny gifs. Like, look at the funny Giphy. You know what? I'm not gonna fight you on GIF. You can call it GIF if you want. I won't fight you on this. All right. So quick. That's what gets me every time is when you swap it. And then bam. And now to add lines and stuff like that. Not gonna lie, she's got really bad aim, but true. Hey, I just like the arrows all over. It just looks. I thought it looked good. I didn't want it to go through the actual bird. Looks good. Yeah. Hmm. But yes. I think that this is already looking good. Had to make sure that it was closed off, and now we can start drawing. Now we can start painting. I think I think it's just a fun little time. Mm, knew it. Something was off. That's what I thought. But What online games do you play, Goat? What do I play? Well, I play. Oh, I see where it is. Son of a bitch. I see it. I see that son of a bitch. The only one I play right now is Elder Scrolls Online. It's kind of it. I don't actually play online games. I mean, I'm down to play some online games. I've got the computer. I just need a monitor for it, which I think we have one. I just need to ask them if it's okay if I can use it. See if my computer the tower works. If there's anything I need to do with it internally. I wouldn't mind playing some online games with some friends. Sounds fun. I know some of the games that you play, but I play Elder Scrolls Online. Let's see. All it is fixing holes over here. Just fixing them holes. There you are. There you two are. What games do you play, Masalative? Wow. Oh my goodness. But I mean, yeah. I mean, what games do you play, Masalative? I know you play Apex Legends. Don't know what else you play. League, Valo, and hopefully I can find an MMORPG soon because I've been craving to play a good one. Well, I mean, what's a good one? Yeah, and your gotcha games. Yeah, your Genshin Impact. Your Genshin Impact. And then invert. I think it's alt. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Sup, board? How you doing, bud? I think it's this purple. Let's see. Where is that purple that I just don't use? Yeah, that's the purple. Very calm purple. A little bit lighter. A little bit. I'm good. We're just chatting over here. Just working on Twitter and stuff like that. So what you been thinking about playing? You got any ideas of what you wanted to play, Master Layout? I played a lot of MMOs, just not actually enjoyed them. Yeah, so subscription is not. It always ruins a game. Where ESO is not a subscription based platform. Oh, Blue Protocol seems like a fun and good looking RPG. I have not seen Blue Protocol. Is it good? I mean, you don't know. That's why you're asking. Uh, Blue Protocol. Maybe it's a good game. I mean, we'll just have to see. I hate it with subscription is, oh, we bought the month. Gotta play the entire month to get your money's worth. Yeah, no. Thank you, board. I appreciate you getting rid of all the bots. Thank you so much. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. I'd get hours and have a bot that times out the timer if you're AFK for 5 minutes. Oh, okay. You can do that? It's getting to be a pain in the ass. Twitch hasn't handled bots that are numerous years old. They can be made at any date. Yeah. Dude, look, I appreciate you helping out, but don't, you know, don't overdo it, man. Don't burn yourself out. I really do appreciate you helping me out. If there's anything I can do to keep it off you, just let me know. Huh? Oh damn. All right. Uh, if I burn myself out, there's something I'm having to actively fight, and it's a problem. Master of Skateboard Birdie. Oh, hugs. You gonna be nicer today? You shall not pay. Called me a bot earlier. I did add some more, but it definitely has a fetch catch phrase. You found one of the new ones. April, you still hate me, hater? Oh. Yeah, give some love to Masaladov. Masaladov needs it. He's trying. You guys are so sweet to each other. I'm so glad that you guys are so sweet. Yeah, and her joke needs the love too. Damn. Yeah, some dabs. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I'm just coloring right now. And then gotta do board birdie's requests later sometime. 1 minute sketch. Ice Wolves. Oh my goodness. Damn. Holy shit, this is. What a weird goddamn thing. Hey, Haven. How's the best mom? Best mom. Oh, yeah. I guess it didn't want to answer me again. Man, it's so sassy sometimes. Nightbot. Nightbot starting early with the sass. Oh, it's been sass at everybody. It's sassed Masalative. It's sass Board. It's sassed everybody. Better not play that song. I was like, you better not fucking play that song. I know the song that it was going through. Maybe I should name it Sass Ball. Oh, if only the Sass Ball would cry. Yeah. So much love for you, Haven. Word denied. Never mind. Yeah, I hope Guild Wars is treating you well, Haven. Oh yeah, you got a new drawing tablet. What'd you get? Should I invest in the same one? Is it an all in one? A nude woman. Not just a regular woman, a nude woman. Yeah. Can you guys hear it? Wait. What? Where? Do you not hear the. Do you guys not hear it?
She was gone, and he stood shaking and sweating, blinking against the glare. It's a trick, he decided. Don't play the game. She appeared again, and he stood stock still, ignoring her. He was assailed by fires, but he refused to move, striving to clear his head. The dark figure appeared once more.
How about right here? Yeah.
It held something in one of its hands. If only
Can you guys hear it now?
Perhaps but he hated that dark figure, and he charged it.
Yeah.
Pain lashed his side.
Get out of here.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Crazy. It's all crazy, he told himself, recalling his identity. This is a bullring.
There's a nude
and
woman.
That dark thing isn't. Something's wrong.
Why didn't you guys tell me you couldn't hear anything except my voice?
The knees buying time. He scooped up a double fistful.
You gotta tell me these things. I don't know.
There came proddings, electric and painful.
It's quite nice for the price,
he
ain't
ignored
it?
them for as long as he could, then stood.
Hunan Canvas
The dark
13.
figure waved something at him, and he felt himself hating it. He ran toward it and stopped before it.
No, I don't. I always have it on. I always have that shit on. What are you fucking talking about? I've never had it silent. If it's silent, you need to tell me because it's too low. God damn it.
He threw the sand.
I have never had a stream where it was just fucking silent, guys.
What might have been its face.
Genuinely, come on.
The rod from his shoulder and drove its sharpened end into the creature's middle. Something touched the back of his neck, and there was darkness, and he lay still for a long
Noted.
time.
Most tablets have a very weirded, noisy, saturated look to them. Alright, I'm calming down. Hunan Canvas 13. Is that the one I should get?
You can't do this to me. I'm a man, not a bull.
I'm a man, not a bull.
Sound of applause.
Hunan.
He raced toward the dark thing 6 times, trying to grapple with it, hold it, hurt it.
13.
Each time, he hurt himself. Then he stood, panting and gasping, and his shoulders ached and his back ached, and his mind cleared a moment, and he said, You're God.
Go, your radio's low.
And
Okay.
This is the way you
We love
play
your
the
voice.
game.
Go. Okay.
The creature
Alright.
did not answer him, and he lunged. He stopped short and dropped to one knee and dove against its legs.
Okay. Alright.
He felt a terrible, fiery pain within his side as he brought the dark one to earth. He struck
Well,
at
the
it twice
2020
with his fist, and the pain
canvas.
entered his breast, and he felt himself grow numb. Or are you? No.
Which one should I get?
Where am I? His last memory was of something cutting away
Oh, man.
at his ears.
So you think I should get the bigger one? The 24-inch? Ah, there we go. Thank you, board. I'd say since you're gonna go on your PC anyway, just go for the 24-inch one. Okay.
You've
all right.
heard Corrida by Roger Zelazny. It's a story from his book.
Thank
The
you
Doors of
guys so
Space,
much for staying
The
and
Land of
listening
Islam,
to my
and
bullshit.
other stories.
Hey Haven, how are you?
This
I
is
hope
Michael
you're doing
Hansen.
well. I hope you
Technical
enjoy your
operations of this
tablet.
broadcast by Marcia Phillips.
Very
Mindwaves is a
embarrassed
production
right
of
now.
WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin.
I feel
Extension.
like macro buttons would be useful if you're on laptop and all. Yes. This is a weird flipping program. Yes. Thank you. I needed a hug. It's very... She's got a big blue look. I'll post it in Discord what I've done so far on it. Yay!
Welcome to a half hour of Mindwaves. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen with a Mindwave story, and it comes from a collection edited by Groff Conklin called 13 Great Stories of Science Fiction. This is Allegory by William T. Powers. The Research Guidance Center was always busy near the first of the month, for at that time the allotments for research funds were computed and distributed, and the beginning of the first week's run of guidance checks was starting in the big computers in the sub-basements. On one Monday morning, the third of the month, John Mark received a communication that had a considerable effect on his stability rating for some 2 weeks, after which, of course, it didn't matter.
Share.
Mark was sitting at his desk in the
Prince
incoming office
Hansen?
coding
What?
requests to initiate research. His task was mainly routine, consisting of translating
What about Chris
various types
Hansen?
of requests into language the computers could understand.
What is this about?
Only one out
Let's
of
see
50
this picture.
requests required any real thinking, and no more than 1 out of 1,000 called for any kind of personal contact.
Ooh, so
His mind,
cute.
comfortably
Oh my
locked into a
goodness.
smooth and ordered pattern, was stirred only by events of highly unusual nature.
Suck it. What?
He stared big-eyed
I'll
at the
grab some
application
coffee.
that had arrested
Suck my
his fingers
nuts.
over the quarter
Oh,
keys.
I heard
Name,
Michael Hansen or
Henry
something.
Norris.
Okay.
Address WJCHN.
I didn't hear the Michael.
1011001.
I didn't hear Chris Hansen.
Nature of projected research, application
Nuts.
of anti-gravity devices,
Nuts.
various forms of
You
transportation.
need some knots. Yeah.
Confusion stirred
But no,
dangerously
Haven,
in
that
Mark's
looks so
overplexes.
good.
His mind,
Oh.
well trained to handle this
See?
sensation, searched quickly through the possibilities.
Just
and
working,
ended up an answer.
working back and getting back to it.
Carefully,
looks so
he red
cute.
penciled 2 words
looks
in the
adorable.
application and wrote in 2 more so that it read, invention
Adorable.
of anti-gravity device, 4 various forms of transportation. Then he stamped the application, rejected science physical, and data not subject to rational investigation. And he mailed it back to WJCHN 10110011010001. 4 days later, he got it back with a letter.
What? You got a what?
I have received
Twerking
the
back
enclosed
to it.
application which
I
wording
think
changed and a rejection
gotta get back
stamp
to
across the
twerk
middle of it.
myself. What?
Naturally,
Don't
the
get
way
back
you
to.
have
Okay, if
reworded
you need
my
to twerk,
application, I can
go
see
twerk.
why you rejected it.
I'm not gonna stop
However,
you.
I wish to apply for permission to
I'm
apply
gonna miss you
an
though,
invention,
board.
not to develop it.
I'm gonna miss you so
Therefore,
much.
I am
You're my
returning
good
another
friend and my
application
pal.
worded properly.
I cannot handle it without
Slightly more
my
accurate
my
handwriting
bro.
this time.
No, I
Mark
know.
wondered why the chill went up his spine. Of course, there was nothing to worry about, but
Hope everybody had a good day so far. Hope everybody's day wasn't terrible.
He coded the application and sent it to Science Physical.
I'm
By the
glad
time he
everybody
back from lunch,
came.
the rejected
And I'm
form with
glad
the usual
everybody's here.
explanatory letter was lying on his desk.
Gotta go twerk the street corners of health
Dear
insurance.
sir, your application is being
Now that
rejected
it's
by the
double
Department of Physical
entendre.
Sciences for the following reasons. One,
Oh
no
my God.
anti-gravity device exists.
Thank
Two,
goodness my
the
grocery
approved
store,
laws of physical science do not allow
you know,
for the
allows it.
existence of
So it's
anti-gravity
35
devices.
bucks
Owing to certain data
for
driven facts to go into
employees.
this letter, we cannot allow computations for determining the
And I'm like,
probability of the
yes,
development
thank
of such a
you.
device to occupy the services of the physical
So I
sciences.
immediately dropped my
We
last.
suggest that you refer to
The glasses?
library code.
I could do it for an extra $10.
A final admonition to become more versed in the laws of physical science.
You want mine?
Knew that part.
Do I want your
As a matter of
glasses?
form, he added that
No,
to the letter,
because we're a
apologizing
different
for the
prescription,
initial
buddy.
mishap. He sent the envelope and its contents off to the mailing chutes.
I assume we're a different
4 days
prescription.
later, there was a letter from WJCHN 101100.
But if you want to give them to me, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm not gonna stop you. No, no. I don't need $10. It's just an extra bit of $10 out of my check each week for dental and for dental and eye.
Whomever it is on your staff that is illiterate,
I assume we're a
I shall
different
bring
person.
A working
What?
model of my device.
I assumed we
By
were.
drawing suitable colored
But
pictures
it-
and
you
limiting
know,
my
you never know.
vocabulary to the 8-year-old
Yeah,
level,
$10
I shall
a
be
week
able to make you
for
understand that
what?
I
No,
have
I don't.
an
I don't need $10.
that
No,
I
stop
wish
it.
to apply to various forms of
I do
transportation,
appreciate
and
you
that I do
you
not
being
want my
helpful though.
application handled by
Thank you so
chimpanzees
much.
who happen to know how to type. If the computers say that the device does not exist, that is their
Your
problem.
art is looking
But what the
incredible,
computers
by
say
the way,
seems to have very little to do
Haven.
with
Just to
reality.
let you know.
I'll see you next Tuesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Or if that is beyond you, roughly halfway between
Yeah,
lunch
healthcare.
and quitting time.
Healthcare is sometimes ass.
An extremely uncomfortable feeling
All right.
took over Mark at the phrase.
Have a good one,
What the
Joke.
computers say
Have a
seems to
great
very little to
one.
do with
We'll
reality.
miss you.
For a moment,
Stay
he
out of
considered
trouble
calling
now.
medical, but
If you want to talk
reconsidered,
about
he thought
art
the
stuff,
poor fellow was probably
we
quite
can totally
frustrated
do
in the
that.
letter was, after all, a form of
Remember,
catharsis. It might be amusing
check
to
up
see
on
his device
stuff.
anyway.
I hope you
On the
figured
way
out
home
a
that evening,
theme
Mark
for
happened to
your
look out the
channel,
evening
by the
jet
way.
from Sydney whistled overhead. It always went over about the time
See
he
you
was ready
later.
for 8:30. And usually he
No.
just accepted it as part of the trip home. But today he watched it out of sight. Disturbing little thoughts stirring in his brain. Supposing the jet had gone overhead without making that seltzer bottle noise on anti-gravity beams, would he have noticed? He felt sure he would have, and that everyone else would have too.
We've been
He could
talking
just
about
picture the
anti-gravity
mass
for so goddamn
uneasiness,
long.
Feel the surging emotion.
I feel like
That evening
feel
at
like
supper, he was
it's been so
unusually
long,
silent,
it's
and the next
rooted in
morning
our
his wife
fucking
had to
thing.
go
I
talk
think I
over
want to
the
ask more
family
people
side.
what they think first.
It had
Okay.
been quite a shock to her,
Alright.
for she had been
Fair
planning
enough.
exactly how she was going
You
to
know
tell
we're
about the letter
here.
from her sister, which in itself was
Yeah,
unexpected
you know
and
we're
therefore
here if you ever
unpleasant.
need any help.
When John had failed to spend
We're also free
reading the paper
for
after she had set
counseling.
dishes to wash and had
So
turned on
just
news broadcasts
if
instead.
you ever need us,
Her
you
whole
need
pattern
any
had
help for a
been
theme,
disrupted.
we're here
John
for you,
himself
buddy.
even seemed a little upset that morning, but he refused to go to the site.
We believe in you.
By the time Monday morning came around again, and then Tuesday morning, John Mark had pretty well forgotten that he was
Sup,
going to have a visitor.
Ryuko?
His wife had fully recovered, having found that she could make up for the insecurity by making a few purchases recommended by the psych, and repeating phrases G36992 and 9973 several times to herself before she went to sleep.
Yep.
She had used those particular
Nightbot is
passages
always
from the
there
correction book before when
to
he
sass
quoted
people.
fine results.
I can't wait till it
Just
sasses
about
another.
lunchtime, Mark remembered the phrase, "What the computers say has very little to do with reality." It startled him, and he began to get confused, wondering why on earth he would think a thing like that. Fortunately, there was a Health View machine nearby, and after watching his favorite actress for a few moments, he was quite calm again. He ate lunch and returned calmly to his desk, where he resumed the coding. Roughly halfway between lunch and quitting time, he remembered that Norris was due any moment. What made him remember was Norris, who walked through the door precisely at 2 o'clock.
Are you Mark?
He had a briefcase in his hand, upon which Mark's eyes fastened helplessly. John Mark, yes. How do you do? Remembering his manners, he waved at the visitor's chair. Sit down.
The fact that
Well,
they
sir, is there
can do that
some
from looking
difficulty
at
I
their
can
profile
help you iron
page
out?
is a problem.
Nuts. You no more care about helping me out than you care to slit your own throat.
Harp is
I
definitely a
brought them
bot. I've been
Norris
trying
never
not to
questioned
look at
Mark
accounts
knew
because
who
some
he
steal
was, and
your shit
Mark
if you
did not
do.
even think of asking. Well, where is it?
That's
Norris
so
paused
fucking.
and looked at Mark
That's so
with what
fucking
might have been
shitty,
pity for
though.
an instant.
That
Then
they
he
can
shrugged
steal
and
your
gave the
information
briefcase a
just
shove
by
toward Mark.
you looking,
It
taking a
sailed
look at their
silently
profile.
through the air in
Like
a
these are
straight
some
line toward Mark's head.
advanced bots,
There
if
was
that's the case.
apparently
Like Jesus.
nothing holding it up. Mark stared uncomprehendingly at the approaching brown rectangle. His mind kept supplying briefcase after briefcase, all leaving the one in the air and following a neat parabola to the floor, but the real one kept demanding his attention. Something began whispering in his mind, becoming momentarily more...
They're not advanced. It's just that Twitch isn't. Oh, okay.
reaction.
They're so advanced. No, they're not. Goat, Goat, they're not advanced. Thanks for letting me know. I'm like, oh, they seem so advanced. No, Goat, no. You don't get it. It's the other way around. In fact, they are barely functioning, and that Twitch does nothing about it makes them way shittier.
Are you going to do that again?
No, he said, and picked himself out of the visitor's
8-Ball
chair
is
with
super
Norris
simple,
evidently
and yet it
pointing
still
like
is a
water. Mark
fucker.
held out to him. Mark's face burned with shame, and he felt terribly depressed.
Do you believe me now?
Get out, please.
Nuts. Not after 18 years and 2 weeks. I am going to get this fog-bound outfit to grant me permission to apply my device to various forms of transportation. Or I am going to know the reason why.
But it's absolutely impossible. There's no possible way that you could develop an anti-gravity device. The laws of physics are...
Look, friend. Who made up those laws of physics?
Why, nobody. The computers deduced them from the basic facts of the universe.
And who said that those were the basic facts of the universe?
Oh, why, that's ridiculous. The basic facts are the basic facts. It doesn't matter who discovered them. They're still basic. Norris pointed silently to the briefcase. It was drifting between the desk and the water cooler, being accelerated slowly by the slight draft from the air conditioner. Mark looked only for an instant and then averted his eyes.
I put some nicer lines in there. I swear, 8-Ball, your knowledge of the land shall be great. Okay, that's just Ultima. 8-Ball, Beetlejuice.
You can't get out, can you? I can't convince you that there's no trick, no illusion.
Why should I even try to let you? There's no point in it. It can't.
Well, I'm gonna put that
so
down.
Why should you try to convince me? I don't understand.
What don't you understand? You can see this. What is there to understand about it?
But I know what I can see.
Let me state it as simply as I can. In this briefcase, I have a device which nullifies the attraction of the Earth. It is adjusted so that exactly balances out the weight of the briefcase. There is nothing inside the briefcase but the device, and there is nothing else holding up the briefcase. Therefore, I have an anti-gravity device. Furthermore, I wish to make some money from it, as I have practically starved my fool head off for 18 years and 2 weeks working on the silly thing. It no longer impresses me. All I care about now is being extremely wealthy.
Oh my god, the colors look so much
while
better on the
inventing my
tablet than my laptop.
Do you
Yay!
But you cannot invent a force field either. According to the laws of physics, there can be
The
no...
laws of physics again. I'm not going to throw away my plan just because some bollocksed-up computer says I can't see something obvious.
I could have you thrown in prison for that. You shouldn't say things like that. The laws of physics are all that preserve our sanity toward the real universe. There's no other way of looking at reality that won't lead to psychosis. You know that as well as I do. It's one of the basic facts of life.
And I suppose the computers figured that out for you, too. And did the computers also tell you to believe everything the computers said? Now, who do you suppose told you to believe the computers when they computed that you should believe them? The computers? Nuts!
Nuts is an archaic expression. You need a trip to your psych. You ought to go right away. Your mind is in danger. Stop it, please. You are destroying my faith in everything I believe in.
Why do you have faith in it? Because you were told to have faith in it? Do you ever think for yourself?
You're psychotic. Mark reached for a buzzer on his desk. Norris caught his wrist.
That won't do any good. I can rate AAA on any psychometric. I am not psychotic, and neither are you. The only trouble is that you've accepted a very limited reality. And you've done it because you're afraid.
Oh, man, it's probably looks really good. Let's
so
see.
Painful for you to look at this.
I do love all the colors you're
Mark
using.
took a deep breath and got a grip on his tottering sense of reality. Quite carefully, he turned to the only source of comfort he could find.
The law of gravity needs no proof. It has been tested thousands of times by competent authority, and it has been proven to be just what the computers say it is. Mutual attraction between any two material bodies. We can consider the subject of the law of gravity to be closed. No further data is needed at this time by the computer, and the computer is so designed as to indicate when more data is needed to keep the system self-consistent and in accord with the real universe.
That sentence appeared in nearly the same form, although with different contexts, in nearly every section in the Book of All Knowledge. Mark had completed his reading of the Book of All Knowledge years ago and remembered only the basic principles of it. But he knew that somewhere was the knowledge and the logic that would prove this incredible man with his incredible toy to be a faker, an illusionist, a psychotic. If he could only remember more. In the midst of his whirling confusion, he had a sudden inspiration. Look, I suppose it is unfair of me to doubt my eyes, but there might be one thing you haven't thought of. What do you suppose the other departments will say? After all, this is a rather revolutionary device, and they should be consulted.
But this device is concerned purely with the laws of physics and mechanics. It has nothing to do directly with the other departments. You know that nobody asking permission to apply an invention has to submit to the approval of the whole RGC.
You yourself said that this device does not seem to be covered by the recognized data in the Department of Physics. And since it doesn't, we must investigate all the data and make as fair a decision as possible.
All right. Well, go ahead. But remember, I'll be right here to make sure you tell them what you've seen. Tell them it doesn't fall.
Mark went to the intercom unit and punched the psych button. He said, I have a man here who says he's invented an anti-gravity device. No, wait a moment. He has brought a briefcase with him that floats in the air. Yeah. No apparent support. Quite interesting, but, well, there's nothing in the laws of physics to justify it. I can't really throw the fellow out for owning it, but what do you think about granting permission to apply it to various forms of transportation? Norris moved closer and caught the answer.
Absolutely not. I don't even have to put it in the computer. Anti-gravity would cause widespread insecurity that would wreck the system. Can't go around destroying reality like that, you know. Tell the fella he'd better hide the thing and forget it. Tell him he can come up here for a little talk if he wants to. Must have been quite traumatic inventing a thing like that. Is he there now?
Yes, I'm here. What do you mean it must have been quite traumatic? I enjoyed every minute of it. Are you trying to tell me I can't do it?
Well, if you put it that way, sir, yes, that is exactly what we'll have to do. Of course, you can appeal this decision, and we'll feed the
Feels
data into
weird
the
using
computer.
green,
However,
not
I
a
can tell you
usual
that
color
the
I would go
psych
for.
section computer is
Hey,
set to reject
you know,
automatically anything that interferes with the
every,
decisions of the
I
physical
mean, just
sciences computer.
try out different colors,
I'm
you know?
afraid you'd better
Be
go
different.
spend a few weeks with a
Be
Tri-D Healthview machine,
extraordinary.
or turn your talents to something more productive. After all, there is practically an infinite number of undiscovered connections among the data in the Book of All Knowledge. The computers only know what could be found there, fascinating things.
All right, that's all. Oh, if physics changed their decision about anti-gravity, would you change yours?
Probably, but of course we'd have to check with medical too. After all, the physical health of our people is just as important as their mental health these days.
Medical was quick and to the point. They happened to contact a man with a good memory.
I have to use green sometimes to trim certain things to appeal lighting and perspective needs. Yeah?
Summers, about 50 years ago, fed the data into a computer just to see what would happen, and found that no human being could withstand the stresses of anti-gravity flight. Plays hop with the endocrine balance, the blood pressure, respiration rate, and so on. Anyhow, we have a lot of data from psych that says that the introduction of a non-physical thing like that would immediately produce mass psychosis. What did Commerce say?
I haven't called him yet.
Bubble butt.
Well, thanks. See you
What's
later,
up?
Then Mark punched
What do you mean?
another button.
What do you mean what happened?
This is Commerce. What sort of thing?
Well, he says he's got an anti-gravity device.
What do you mean what happened?
And it's in this briefcase that's floating all
What
over
you
the
talking
room.
about? What you talking about, Master Adam?
Holy cow. It gives
What's
me
up?
the creeps to think about it. No, I don't think
Came
we've
back
ever
from getting
computed
coffee.
anything like that before.
Art.
Wait a minute.
Art.
It's open right
You
now.
see,
I'll be
art's
right
happening.
back.
And
After a wait
anti-gravity
of several
devices.
minutes, the voice
True.
resumed, shaken.
Anti-gravity devices are
You
happening.
better confiscate that gadget, Mark. If it ever got out, the whole system would go right down to a security rating with 0 after the...
You're good, 8-Ball said so. Good is wonderful work of art.
computer isn't even set up to
Aww.
handle a new form of
Thank you. I
transportation.
am a
Fuel
pretty
and loading
good,
capacities figure
wonderful
in,
work
a
of
lot other
art.
factors.
You know?
I fed in anti-gravity as a fact, and the charts came out looking all bloody. No go, Mark.
Norris didn't bother to reply to that one. Mark noticed the silence and asked, "Well, you want me to call communications and law and transport and philosophy?"
No. You absolutely can't see, can you?
Well, it's all perfectly plain. The device just does not belong in this world. Even if it were real, it would still be the worst possible thing that could happen. You know what you're trying to do to the system, don't you?
I know.
Now look, don't take it so hard. I know these things seem awfully important at the time, but you'll forget about it soon enough. Why, there are thousands of things that are desperately needed, and anyone who could create an illusion as convincing as that could certainly make all the money he wants producing devices that the computers will permit. You're just all caught up in this thing, and all you need to do is get away from it for a while. After all, 18 years.
Yes. 18 years and 2 weeks. Are you really convinced that what
8-Ball.
you are
I
saying
am
is
the
supposed to make
vengeance. I am the night. I am Batbot. Dadbot, please silence him. Hi, I'm Dad. Did you catch the name of the Gungan taxi? He's Car
You take away
Peeps.
people's desire for security, and you've left them nothing to live for. Don't you see that?
Have you tried not wanting security?
Why should I deliberately drive myself psychotic?
How do you know you're not?
Mark stared at him along.
You heard him, Dadbot. Go back to your corner. Go back. The world isn't ready for your dad jokes.
Norris, watching him closely, sighed and began.
The world just isn't
Why do
ready.
you believe the computers?
Because they give me my security.
Why do you need security?
Security's a basic drive. There's no why to it. Mark was staring out the window, feeling strangely caught in something, in some web of thought that Norris was weaving.
How do you know that it's basic?
Yeah, the computers say it is. All the computers say so.
Who decided that the computers would say that?
Nobody. It's a basic fact.
How do you know it's a basic fact?
The computers say it is.
Who decided the computers would say it is?
Nobody. The computers. I don't know.
How can you find out?
I don't want to find out.
Why not?
The computers will provide an answer if I need it.
Who said that you have to go to the computers for an answer? The computers?
Why don't you leave me alone?
Why should I leave you alone?
Get out of here. You're trying to drive me crazy.
What do you mean by crazy?
You're crazy. You're trying to destroy the reality of the computer.
Why shouldn't I destroy the reality of the computer?
It's all in the book of all knowledge. I don't want to answer any more questions.
Who wrote the book of all knowledge?
The computers. The computers. You know all these things. Why are you doing this? Please get out of here.
What are you afraid of having happen? Are you starting to think?
Look, please, get out or I'll have you arrested.
The bots.
Norris stood up, gathering his briefcase to
The
him.
bots. Don't fight the bots.
You will continue.
Go back to your if I redeem my points, can I PM you the idea again? Yeah, you can.
Mark.
You
tried
can
to think.
definitely do that,
All that came to
Latif.
his mind was the series of questions and answers each time.
You
that
can
he would
always-
think in
you
his
can
brain
always
as though
PM me.
something there was whispering.
You know you can.
It's so obvious. So obvious. It lasted all through that night and all the next day
tempting.
and on into the night after that.
Okay.
About 2 o'clock in the morning, after he had used the last of his strength in trying to sleep and trying to think of the lake shores and the mountains and the health views and trying to be unconscious and trying to die, he began
Damn.
to weep. They took him to the asylum a week later. He was strangely calm as they propelled him toward the gates. He watched silently as they filled out the dozens of forms, the assignments, the agreements, the legal trivia. As they approached the great gray building, he began to smile, and as he waited in the anteroom to be checked in, he chuckled. Walking through the long series of locked and barred doors, he guffawed, and while the attendant spun the dials on the last and most ponderous door, he held his sides and roared. That was over soon, and he took a deep breath, like a man who has swum a long way underwater. When the doors swung wide, he gasped. Norris looked up from the workbench, gestured at the huge, gleaming laboratory, the scurrying, white-coated men, the racks of equipment, the panels studded with jacks and meters. And Norris said, grinning,
Welcome to the loony bin.
No. It doesn't have to be safe for work. Well, just I can't do it on stream. That's all. It's just if it's not safe for work, I can't do it on stream. Just to remember that.
From the volume 13 Great Stories of Science Fiction, a collection edited by Groff Conklin.
That's
You
fine.
heard Allegory, written by William T. Powers. I'm Michael Hansen. Reading with me were Jim Fleming and Cliff Roberts. Technical operation for this program by Dan Schmidt. MindWebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Yeah. Oh no, I'll post it in the not safe for work section. Oh no. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? Yes. Yeah. Not just any old webs, mind webs.
Welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
I hope that hand looks good. Does that look good, guys?
Hanson with a Mind Web story from the book A Touch of Infinity, 13 New Stories of Fantasy and Science Fiction.
Phantasmagoria 2.
This is titled Cephes.
Oh, Phantasmagoria 2 is such a good one.
The third officer in training, which meant that he was merely the aide to the regular third officer, walked through the corridor of the great interstellar ship toward the meditation room.
Ham?
Although he had spent 4
The
years
hand.
studying the 11
Is
classes
the
of
hand
interstellar
fine?
ships, the reality was new, awesome, and
Like,
infinitely more
does that
complex.
look like
The more so
perspective
since
art?
This was a Class 2 ship, entirely self-sustaining and with an indefinite cruising range.
Like,
Unlike other interstellar ships, it was named not for the planet
the
of
middle
its origin,
finger's
but
fat?
for the planet of its destination, Cephes 5. And like all medical ships, it carried clearance for any port in the
I
galaxy.
mean, I just need to
He
fix
knew
it.
how fortunate he was to have been appointed to this ship to complete his training. And at the age of 22, he was young and romantic enough to doubt and bless his good fortune constantly. The ship was only 3 days out of its last port of call, the port where he had come on board as an officer cadet. And since then, he had been occupied constantly with medical examinations, inoculations, briefings, and orientation tours. This was his first free hour, and he very properly sought the meditation room. It was a long, plain room with ivory-colored walls and ceiling and lit by pleasant golden light. Here and there were stacks of cushions, and perhaps a dozen of the ship's 120 crew members were in the room, meditating. Each sat upon one of the thin cushions, legs crossed, body erect, hands folded, eyes cast down in a position that was
Both
more
of
or
these
less
digits?
universal in every planet in
There's
the galaxy.
1, 2,
The third
3,
officer selected
4.
a pillow and seated himself, crossing his bare legs. He was quite comfortable since he wore only a pair of cotton shorts. He sought to lose himself in his awareness of himself, as he had learned a long time ago, to still his own wonders and doubts and fears, and to immerse himself in the wholeness of the universe, his own self becoming part of an infinitely larger self. Yet the process would not work. He was blocked, confused and troubled, his mind shaken and swept from thought to thought, while underneath these rushing thoughts, strange and unpleasant fantasies began to form. He glanced at the other men and women in the meditation room, but they sat in silence, apparently untroubled by the strange and frightening thoughts that hammered at his mind. For half an hour or so, the third officer fought to control his own mind and keep it clear and quiet. Then he gave up and left the meditation room, and he realized that he had been in this curious state of mental excitement ever since boarding Cephes 5, but had only become fully aware of it when he attempted to meditate. Deciding that it was simply his own eagerness, his own excitement at being assigned to this great, mysterious interstellar cruiser, he went to one of the viewing rooms, sank into a chair, and pressed the button that raised the screen on outer space. The impression was of sitting in the midst of the galaxy, facing a blazing and uncountable array of stars. The third officer remembered that on his early training trips, the viewing room had been a cure for almost any problem of fear or disquiet. Now, it failed him, and his thoughts in the viewing room were as disquieting as they had been in the meditation room. Puzzled and not untroubled, the third officer left the viewing room and sought out the ship's counselor. He still had 4 hours of free time left to him before he began his tour of duty in the engine room. And while he had hoped to devote this time to making the acquaintance of other crew members in the off-duty lounge, he decided now that the first order of importance was to learn why the ship filled him with such a sense of chaos and foreboding. He knocked at the door of the counselor's office, and a voice asked him to enter, which he did gingerly. uncertainly, for he had never before gone to a counselor on one of the great galactic ships. The counselors were legendary throughout the galaxy, for, in a manner of speaking, they were the highest rank in all of mankind's table of organization. Very old, very wise, and gifted in ways that could only fill a cadet of 22 years with awe and respect. On interstellar ships, they ranked even above the captain, although it was rare indeed that one of them countermanded a captain's order or interfered in any manner with the operation of the ship. Legend had it that some of the counselors were more than 200 years old, and certainly an age of a century and a half was not uncommon. Now, as the third officer entered the small, simply furnished office, an old man in a blue silk robe turned from the desk where he'd been writing and nodded at the third officer. He was very
What do you think about that?
indeed. A black man whose skin was as wrinkled and dry as old brown leather, and whose pale yellow eyes looked at the third officer.
AFK, thanks,
with
bro.
puzzled inquiry.
Thanks,
Was it true that the
bro.
counselors were telepaths who could read minds as easily as ordinary men heard sound? The third officer
Oh, thanks.
wondered.
Thank you so
Quite
much.
True.
Trying to fix this, and
Be
you're
patient,
like,
third officer.
AFK.
There are more things for you to
So,
learn
yeah, sweet.
than you imagine. Sit down and be comfortable.
Sweet.
There are 112 years of difference between your age and mine. And while you may think that a matter of little account when you reach my age, it's very impressive at the moment, isn't it? The third officer nodded. And you were in the meditation room and you found that you could not meditate? Yes, sir. Do you know why? No, sir. And neither do you suspect why? Well, I have been on spaceships before. And you have been on this one for 3 days, and you have been examined, lectured to, shot full of a variety of serums and antibodies, and oriented, but never told what cargo this ship carries? No, sir. Or its purpose? No, sir. And quite properly, you did not ask? No, sir, I did not ask. The counselor regarded the third officer in silence.
Alright, get some rest, Vassiladov. Thank you
The
for
third
being
officer by now
here.
found his own problem submerged in his
I will
excitement
try,
and
no
curiosity
promises.
at actually sitting face to face with one of the fabled counselors. And finally, he could contain himself no longer. Would you forgive me if I ask a personal question,
Yeah,
sir?
hope everybody has a lovely
I
time.
can't imagine
And I
any
hope you have an
question
amazing
that
time,
requires
Vassiladov.
forgiveness. Are you reading my mind now, sir? That's the question. Reading your mind now? Oh, no, indeed.
Rest well,
Why
Vassiladov. We love
I know
you.
about you. We need unusual young men in our crew, and you are quite an unusual young man. Reading your mind would take great concentration and effort. Quite to the contrary, I was looking into my own mind and remembering when I was your age. But that's the problem of the aged. Now, concerning the meditation, it will take a little time, but once you fully understand the purpose of Cephis 5, you will overcome these disturbances and indeed find that you meditate on a higher level than before, commensurate with a new effort of will. Let that be for a moment. Do you know what the word murder means? No, sir. Have you ever heard it before? No, sir, not that I remember. The old man appeared to be smiling.
Alright.
And again, there was a minute or two of
Get some
inner
rest,
reflection.
little dude. We
The third
believe
officer
in
waited.
you.
There is a whole spectrum of being that we must examine, and thus we will introduce you to an area of being you have possibly never dreamed of. It won't damage you or even shake you over much, for it was taken into consideration when you were chosen to be a part of the crew of Cephis 5. We begin with murder as an idea and an act. Murder is the act of taking a human life, and as an idea, It has its origin in abnormal feelings of hatred and aggression. Hatred and aggression. Do you follow me? Do you understand? Yes, I think so. The words are possibly unfamiliar. Allow me to go into your mind for just a moment, and you will feel this better than I could explain it.
The old man's face became blank, and suddenly the third officer winced and cried out in disgust. The old black man's face became alive again, and the third officer put his face in his hands and sat that way for a moment, shivering.
I'm sorry, but it was necessary. Fear is very much a part of it, and that is why I had to touch the fear and horror centers of your mind. Otherwise, how do you explain color to a blind man?
The third officer looked up and nodded.
You will be all right in a moment. Murder is the act, the finality of what you just felt. There are other degrees, pain, torture, an incredible variety of hurts. Tell me if any of these words elude you. Torture, I don't think I ever heard the word. It's a deliberate inflicting of pain, psychological pain, physical pain. For what reason? There, you have the crux of it. For what reason? Reason implies health. This is sickness, the most dreadful sickness that man has ever experienced. And murder? Is it simply a syndrome? Is it something out of the past, out of the childhood of the races of mankind, or is it a postulate? No, indeed, it's a reality. You mean people kill other people? Exactly. Without reason? Without reason as you understand reason. But within the spectrum of this sickness, there is subjective reason and cause. Enough to take a human life? Enough to take a human life. Incredible. Just incredible. But consider, sir, with all due respect, I've had an education, a very good education. I read books, I watch television, I've kept myself informed. How can it be that I've never heard of this? Indeed, that I've never even heard the words. How many inhabited planets are there in the galaxy? 33,469. 72 since Phobos 7, 8, and 9 were settled last month. 33,472. Does that answer your question? There are thousands of planets where murder has never occurred, even as there are thousands of planets that have never known tuberculosis or pneumonia or scarlet fever. But we heal these things and almost every other disease known to man. Yes, almost every other disease. Almost. We have no knowledge that is absolute. We learn a great deal, but the more we know, the wider the boundaries of the unknown become. And the one disease that defeats our wisest physicians and researchers is this thing we are discussing. Has it a name? It has. It is called insanity. And you say it's a very old disease? Very old.
It was the third officer's turn to be thoughtful, and the old man waited patiently for him to think it through. Finally, the cadet asked,
If we have no cure, what happens to these people who murder? We isolate them.
Realization came to the third officer like a cold chill. On the planet Cephis 5?
Yes. We isolate them on the planet Cephis 5. We do it as mercifully, as kindly as we can. Long, long ago, other alternatives were tried, but they all failed. And finally, they came to the conclusion that only isolation would work. And this ship... Yes, indeed. This is the transport ship. We pick up these people in every part of the galaxy, and we take them to Cephis 5. That is why we chose our crew with such care and concern, people of great inner strength. Do you understand now why your meditation went so poorly? Yes, I think I do. No sensitive person can escape the vibrations that fill the ship. But you can learn to live with them and deal with them and find new strength in the process. Of course, you always have the option of leaving the ship. The old black man looked at the third officer thoughtfully, thinking rather wistfully of the precious, fleeting beauty of youth, the unfaded golden hair, the clear blue eyes, the earnest facing and assumption of the problem of life. And he remembered the time when he had been young and strong-limbed and beautiful, not with regret, but with the apparently eternal fascination in the life process that was part of his being. I don't think I'll leave the ship, sir. I didn't think you would. The counselor rose then, standing tall and straight and lean, his blue robe hanging from his bony shoulders, his great height and wide shoulders a quality of the black people and the Rebus and Alma constellation of planets. And he said to the boy, "Come now, we will go
There we
into
go.
this somewhat
There we
mournful.
go. Lot
And
better.
remember, third officer, that we have no alternatives. This is a genetic factor in these poor souls. And had we not isolated them in this fashion, the whole galaxy would be where she was, and what it was, and she screamed. Even over her own screams, she could hear the natives chanting just one word over and over again. It sounded like Kong. You've heard a story by Robert Bloch called The Plot is the Thing. A story that appears in the collection edited by Terry Carr, New Worlds of Fantasy, number 3. We'll conclude this half hour of Mindwebs with a story by Alfred Noyes, Midnight Express, from the volume Wake Up Screaming, edited by Lee Wright and Richard Sheehan. It was a battered old book bound in red buckram. He found it when he was 12 years old on an upper shelf in his father's library. And against all the rules, he took it to his bedroom to read by candlelight when the rest of the rambling old Elizabethan house was flooded with darkness. That was how young Mortimer always thought of it. His own room was a little isolated cell in which, with stolen candle ends, he could keep the surrounding darkness at bay while everyone else had surrendered to sleep and allowed the outer night to come flooding in. The battered old book had the strangest fascination for him, though he never quite grasped the thread of the story. It was called The Midnight Express, and there was one illustration on the 50th page at which he could never bear to
Rip a
look.
son, may the
It
dreams
frightened
be
him. Young Mortimer
exquisite.
never understood the effect
See?
of that
What do you
picture on
think?
him. He was an
I have
imaginative,
definitely
but not an
fixed this
erotic
hand.
youngster, and he avoided the 50th page.
I have
as he might
definitely
hurried
fixed
past
this
the dark
fucking
corner
hand.
on the stairs when he was 6 years old.
It's way
Whereas
better.
The grown man on the lonely road and the ancient mariner who, having once looked around, walks on and turns no more his head. There was nothing in the picture, apparently, to account
Remember to
for
put
the haunting dread.
your boys
Darkness,
away.
indeed, was almost
Yee.
its chief characteristic.
Glad
showed an
it
empty
looks a
railway
lot better.
platform at night, lit
Looks
by
way
some
better
fairy
than it
lamp.
did.
An empty railway platform.
Hi, I'm
that
Dad.
suggested
What
a
happens
deserted
when
and
you
lonely
stand on a
junction in some remote
D4?
part of the country.
Your foot takes one
There was
D4
only one
damage.
figure on the
I hate
platform,
you.
a dark
I
crook-necked
fucking
man
hate
standing
you.
almost directly
That's a
under the lamp
great
with his face
fucking
turned
joke.
away toward the black mouth of a tunnel which, for some strange reason, plunged the imagination of the child into a pit of horror. The man seemed to be listening. His attitude was tense, expectant as though he were awaiting some fearful tragedy. There was nothing in the text, so far as the child read and could understand, to account for this waking nightmare. He could neither resist the fascination of the book, nor face that picture in the stillness and loneliness of the night.
Too bad
He
I
pinned
didn't
it
make it
down
up.
to the
I
page, facing
like
it with two
if
long
you
pins
had,
so that he should not
I would have
come
been like,
back.
that's goddamn
Then he
genius.
determined to read the whole story through, but always before he came to page 50, he fell asleep, and the outlines of what he had read were blurred, and the next night he had to begin again and again before he came to the 50th page, and he fell asleep. He grew up and forgot all about the book and the picture. But halfway through his life, at that strange and critical time when Dante entered the dark wood, leaving the direct path behind him, he found himself a little before midnight, waiting for a train at a lonely junction. And as the
There are a
station
few
clock
long
began to
puns
strike 12,
I had
he
and
remembered-
short one I did.
remembered like a man
The one,
awakening from a
that
long
one is
dream.
going up on the fridge. Aw,
Under the
yeah.
single dreary lamp on the long glimmering platform
That
was the
seems
dark
more
and solitary
condescending than it
figure
should
that he
be.
knew. Its face was turned away from him toward the black mouth of the tunnel. It
Like,
seemed to
I'm
be
just
listening,
glad that
tense,
people came in.
expectant,
I'm,
just as it had been
you know,
38 years
it's
ago.
sad when they have to go,
But
but
he
I
was not
understand.
frightened now as he had been in childhood. He
I'm
would
just
go up to
glad
that
people
solitary
even came
figure,
in and said,
confront
hey.
it, and see the face that had so long been hidden, so long averted from him. He would walk up quietly and make some excuse for speaking to it. He would ask it, for example, if the train was going to be late. It should be easy for a grown man to do this, but his hands were clenched when he took the first step, as if he too were tense and expectant. Quietly, but with the old vague
That part
instincts
is the point.
awakened,
Some of
he
these
went
are
toward the
nice,
dark
but it's
figure under the lamp,
intentionally condescending if you read it
swung
wrong.
around abruptly
Right?
to speak to it, and saw, without speaking, without being able to speak,
Right?
it was himself, staring back at himself, as in some mocking mirror, his own eyes alive in his own white face, looking into his own eyes, alive. The nerves of his heart tingled as though their own electric currents would paralyze it. A wave of panic
Paul.
went through him. He turned,
Mage?
stumbled, broke into a blind run out through the deserted and echoing ticket office,
Meg?
onto the long moonlit road behind the station. The whole countryside seemed to be utterly deserted. The moonbeams flooded it with the loneliness of their own deserted satellite. He paused for a moment and heard, like the echo of his own footsteps, the stumbling run of something that followed over the wooden floor within the ticket office. Then he abandoned himself
hold up.
shamelessly to his fear and ran,
Hold up.
sweating like a terrified beast, down the long white road between the two endless
Let's
lines of
Klingon.
closely
That's
packed
yes.
cars, each
No.
answering another,
Maybe or
all
okay.
seemed in
Something like
infinite
that. Okay.
distance.
Alright. All of normal 8-ball
Was a
answers
long,
are
straight
things like
canal,
Klingon
in
and
which
Morse
one of the lines
code.
of
Oh,
populace was
okay.
again endlessly reflected. He heard the footsteps echoing behind him. They seemed to be slowly, but steadily gaining upon him. A quarter of a mile away, he saw a small white cottage by a roadside. A white cottage with two dark windows and a door.
But you have
somehow
to be
suggested
able to perceive
a
it.
human
Ah,
face.
gotcha.
He thought to himself that if he could reach it in time, he might find shelter and security, escape. The thin, implacable footsteps echoing his own were still some way off when he lurched, gasping into the little porch, rattled the latch, thrust at the door,
Yeah,
and found it
way better.
locked against him. There was no bell or knocker. He pounded on the wood with his fists until his knuckles bled. The response was horribly slow. At last, he heard heavier footsteps within the cottage. Slowly, they descended the creaking stair. Slowly, the door was unlocked. A tall, shadowy figure stood before him, holding a lighted candle in such a way that he could see little either of the holder's face or form. But to his dumb horror, there seemed to be a cerecloth wrapped round the face. No words passed between them. The figure beckoned him in, and as he obeyed, it locked the door behind him. Then, beckoning him again without a word, the figure went before him up the crooked stair, with a ghostly candle casting
Hey, Paul,
huge
is
and
it better?
grotesque shadows on
Hey,
the
Paul, if
whitewashed
you ask
walls
me,
and
it's
ceiling.
mighty suspicious. I'm gonna call the police right after I
They
flush
entered an
some
upper
things.
room, in
Hey,
which
Paul,
there
is it
was a
better? I
bright
reject your
light burning with an
reality,
armchair
reality
at
and
either side of
substitute
it,
mine.
and a
Nightbot
small
doesn't
oak
like
table on
something
which
and
lay
is
a battered
secretly
old
doing
book
nothing in their
bound in
mind
dark
to your
parchment.
drawing. Hey, Paul,
seemed as though the
someone
gesture
call
had
me
been
an Uber.
long
I think I
expected
got
and all
lost
things
somewhere.
were
Nightbot
prepared.
is lost in the
The
sauce.
figure pointed to one of
What?
the armchairs,
There
placed
is
the
no
candlestick on the
sauce.
table by the book,
There's
for there was
just
no
a
other
nice
light but that of the
babe.
fire, and withdrew without a word, locking the door behind him. Mortimer looked at the candlestick. It seemed familiar. The smell of the guttering wax brought back the little room in the old
There's
Elizabethan
no
house.
sauce to be had here.
He
There
picked
is
up the
only
book with trembling
picture.
fingers. He recognized it at once, though he had long forgotten everything about the story. He remembered the ink stain on the title page, and then with a shock of recollection he came on the 50th page, which he had pinned down in childhood.
Yeah, but
The
Nightbot
page was still there.
rejected what
He
you
touched
drew
them
and
again,
substituted
the very
it.
pens which his
Right?
trembling childish
Like it's
fingers
so.
had used so long ago. He turned back to the beginning. He was determined to read it. to
Nightbot
the
is
end
the
now to
critic.
discover what it was all about. He felt that it must all be set down there in print. And though in childhood he could not understand it, he would be able to fathom it now. It was called The Midnight Express, and as he read the first paragraph, it began to dawn upon him slowly.
She's a very sexy lady. Yeah, she is.
It was the story of
Sexy
a man who in childhood
lady.
long ago had chanced upon a book in which there
Thank
was
you,
a picture
Haven.
that frightened him. He had grown up and forgotten it, and one night upon
Anybody
lonely
want a peanut?
railroad platform, he had found himself in the remembered
I
scene of
mean-
the picture. He had confronted the solitary figure under the lamp.
That's what I
recognized
thought
it,
you
and
said.
fled in panic. He had taken
Oh my
shelter in a
God,
wayside
Haven, hope
cottage,
hope
had
your
been led
son
to an
gets some
upper
good
room and found
rest.
the book awaiting
Hope
him.
Guild
He
Wars
had
has
begun
been
to read it right
fun.
through to the very end.
Hope he's been enjoying it.
And
Hope
this
he's
book,
been
too, was
enjoying
called
drawing and stuff.
Midnight Express.
You know.
And it was the story of a man
Have
who
you
in
guys been
childhood,
drawing together?
It would go on thus.
'Cause that would be
forever
very adorable if you have.
and forever. There was no escape. But when the story came to the wayside cottage for the third time, a deeper suspicion began to dawn upon him slowly, fearfully, inevitably. Although there was no escape, he could at least try to grasp more clearly the details of the strange circle, the fearful wheel in which he was moving. There was nothing new about the details. They had been there all the time. But he had not grasped their significance. That was all. The strange and dreadful being that had led him up the crooked stair.
Board
Who
is having
and
fun.
what was that?
Just
The
enjoying
story
this
mentioned
shit.
something that had escaped him. The strange host.
Just having
whose
way
given
too
him
much fun.
figure was about his own height. Could it be that he also? And was this why the face was hidden? At the very moment when he asked himself that question, he heard the click of the key in the locked door. The strange host was entering, moving
Probably
toward
just
him from
make that
behind,
red
casting a
so that it
grotesque
stands
shadow
out.
larger than human on the white walls and the guttering candlelight. It was there, seated on the other side of the fire, facing him, with a horrible nonchalance, as a woman might prepare to remove a veil. It raised its
You got some
hands
art
to
while you
unwind
art.
the cerecloth from its face.
I'm here in spirit,
He knew to whom
talking
it
to
would
customer
belong.
support. You got this, Burnsy. Burn. Getting the burn.
As Mortimer plunged forward
Yeah,
and
he's
seized the
liking
tormentor
Guild
by the
Wars.
throat,
Going to do
his own
drawing
throat
together
was
this
gripped
weekend
with
after
the
work.
same brutal force.
Yay!
The echoes of their strangled cry were indistinguishable.
Hey, Paul, can
And
you
when
help
the
her?
last
Someone
confused
say something.
sounds died out together,
Acting
the sound
so
of the room was
cool.
deep that you might have heard
Acting so
the
cool,
ticking
8
of
Ball.
grandfather
Come on now.
and the long
You got
drawn
this, Burns.
rhythmical, of the sea on a distant coast.
We love the burn.
But Mortimer had escaped at last.
Hey, Paul, can I help?
After all, he had caught
Can I have help? Oh no! It's got a
It was
5-second
that
timer,
old
Burns.
book, bound in red.
Wow!
You heard a story
Oh
by
man,
Alfred
that's so
Nye
sad.
called Midnight
Burns
Express.
just trying to ask for
Comes
some
from
help,
Wake Up Screen,
some support,
edited by Lee
any
Franklin.
kind of help.
Scene.
And he gets
This is
rejected
Michael Hansen
immediately.
speaking. Technical operation from
And
mind
then
maps.
I'm going to do a
Find
white
Mary
oak.
Kay Payne.
So it's going to
Mind
be
Webs comes to you
a lot
from WHA
wider.
Radio in
So
Madison, a
somewhere
service of
around
University of
this.
Wisconsin Extension.
A white oak right about right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks good. It had been though. Sometimes it just hangs up. Sorry for a slow reply on Xbox. Takes ages to type. Oh, it's okay, Haven. It's alright. No, you're good, Haven. You're incredible.
Mind Webs.
Go help. Oh no, damn it. I know what happened.
Half hour of Mind
I know what happened.
Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
Go help Brosby. Do it, 8-Ball. What happened? Yeah.
This is Michael Hansen, this time with a Mind Web story that comes from the book edited by Anthony Cheatham, Science Against Man. This is Harry Harrison's The Ever-Branching Tree.
Too polite with your grammar. Yep.
The children had
It didn't know what the fuck I was saying.
Some of them had even ventured into the surf where the tall green waves
White oak.
crashed down upon them.
8-Ball, why you being so lazy? Chap Air demands a sacrifice.
A wave broke
Oh
the
my
fall,
goodness.
surging far up the shore with a soundless rush. The sharp clap-clap of teachers' hands could easily be heard in the sunlit silence.
All right, playtime is over.
Twitter bird is right here.
Rosebud time. Put
It's a
your
much
clothes
brighter,
back on.
vibrant blue,
Now, come
so
on, playtime's
pretty
over.
interesting
Class is
that
gonna
I'm using the
begin.
blue character.
The children
It's a
struggled
very
forward
different
to
blue
the
from
pier as
this,
slowly as they could.
which I like.
The bathers
I
emerged
like.
dry as
Very
milk,
nice.
while not a grain of sand adhered to skin or garment of the others. They gathered about teacher, their chatter
Very
tracked his dying
nice.
way, and he pointed dramatically at a tiny creature writhing across the sands.
Yuck, a worm.
Said Mandy too, and shivered deliciously, shaking her red curls.
A worm.
And then
A
that.
first worm. An early worm. A proto-worm. An important worm. Although it is not on the direct evolutionary track that we are
And
studying,
then,
we must pause to give it notice. A little more attention, Shed 3.
you're not putting
Your
Lada
eyes are
to sleep
closing.
again. Very
For
nice.
here,
My
for the first time,
waifu.
we see
I'm about
segmentation
to get
as
shot in the
important
buns
step
by
in
a
the
foxy
development
lady.
of life as was the development of
She's a
multicellular
kitty
forms.
lady. Come on,
Look,
board.
carefully.
You know
See
she's a
those
kitty
rings,
lady.
About the creature's body? It looks as though
You're
it
not
were
putting
made of
Ladov
little
to sleep
rings of
again.
tissue
No,
fused together.
Ladov had to go. I think Ladov
A
actually
circle
did go to
lowered
bed,
above the
so
brown worm that
he is
writhed
a
and
sleepy
cracked
boy.
across the sand.
he
It
needs
moved
sleep,
slowly
you know?
towards
Everybody
Gosford
needs a
9,
little bit of
raised his
sleep.
foot and stamped down hard on the creature. The other students tittered.
He is a
The
sleepy
worm
man.
crawled out through the side of his shoe and kept on.
Grosbit 9, you have the wrong attitude. Much energy is being expended to send this class back through time to view the wonders of evolution at work. We cannot feel or touch or hear or change the past, but we can move through it and see it about us. So we stand in awe of the power that permits us to do this, to visit our Earth as it was millions of years ago, to view the ocean from which all life sprung, to see one of the first life forms on the ever-branching tree of evolution. And what is your response to this awe-inspiring experience? You stamp on the annelid. For shame, Grosbit 9, for shame.
Perhaps I had better recap for those of you who are paying less than full attention. Evolution is how we reached the highest state we now inhabit. Evolution is the march forward of life from the one-celled creatures to multi-celled thinking man. What will come after us, we do not know. What came before us, we are now seeing. Yesterday, we watched the lightning strike the primordial chemical soup of the seas and saw the more complex chemicals being made that developed into the first life forms. We saw this single-celled life triumph over time and eternity by first developing the ability to divide into two cells, then to develop into composite many-celled life forms.
I'm a snack. I'm about to get on the butt. Lad absolutely needs his sleep. Napa will act sus though. Hey, 8-Ball, you always act so sus. Oh, what does this button do? This what I'm talking about. Just cap the T's top and fill, I reckon. Yeah, I'm sharing a brain cell because you did as I thought. I didn't even read the message. I was just like, oh, okay, it's right there. It's literally right there. I was like, where is this stupid fucking thing? And I was like, oh, yeah. Nice. And also deselect. It'd be great if I just fucking deselect. I wouldn't have that trouble if I just deselected.
Think about it. What would have happened if Grosbit 9 had really stepped on this worm?
It would have been squashed.
I wouldn't have any trouble if I just deselected.
Mandy, too, shivered.
Correct.
Right?
It would have been killed.
If only I had just left that girl.
Or a skeleton.
Why can't I pay? Temporary masking a spot. I wonder why my colors aren't going on. Huh, why is my blending not working? I'm on the right layer. What's going on? Man, I wish I knew what was happening. I think my Photoshop's just messed up. Club Studio just doesn't want to work for me today. Ugh. I'm so mad.
Moved in swift patterns. A great monster, all plates and shining teeth, hurtled at and through them.
Wrong layer, and now I'm on the right layer.
Squeal of surprise.
Now,
over here, please.
to do all these fucking
The
leaves.
fish will come later, but first
And I'm
we
gonna
must
do it
study
a
these.
darker green, and I'm gonna do the
echinoderm.
layer below it a
Bill
brighter
Moore.
green.
Will you point out an echinoderm and tell us what the term means?
And I'm gonna just hit this area
The boy
with
said,
green.
regain his memory.
Like, there's grass growing and stuff like that. I think I have a leaf brush, which if I do, that'll be great. If I don't, oh well, I'll live without it. This part is sometimes GIMP just does shit, so I'll be drawing and it'll be like, I skipped 7 clicks to bring you this prompt.
An important
What?
evolutionary step.
Oh my god.
For this,
That
animals
sounds like
were either
GIMP.
unprotected,
GIMP is just a
like
sad
our
product.
animal worm,
Because
or
it
had
is the,
skeletons
like,
outside,
it's the
like
Creative
snails,
Commons
lobsters,
of,
insects. This
of
is
drawing
very limiting and
software.
inefficient.
I've tried all
But
kinds of
an
combinations.
internal
I've learned so
skeleton
much, and I've
can give
never
flexible
discovered
support
how it does
and
some of the
is
shit
light
it
in weight.
does while I'm
An
just
important
on the
evolutionary
mouse.
step
I
has
know,
been
right?
made.
But that's what happens when
We
you have
are
Creative
almost there.
Commons
We're almost
artwork, art programs
This
and stuff
simple
like that.
internal skeleton
Like, I
evolved
fucking get it.
into a more practical notochord, a single bone the length of the body protecting a main nerve fiber. And the chordata, the creatures with this notochord, were only a single evolutionary step away from this. All this.
Teacher threw his arms wide just as the sea about them burst into darting life. A school of silvery, yard-long fishes flashed around and through
And
the
there we go.
students, while
And
sharp
now
beaks
to
shot
this
like
layer,
rudders
and
rushed through their
then
midst.
I'm gonna go to green.
Teacher's speech
I'm
had
gonna
been
go to
nicely
a dark
timed
green
to end at this
for the
precise and
leaves.
dramatic moment. Some of the smaller
I'm on the
children
right
shied
layer.
away from the flurry of life and death, while Grosbit
Yeah,
9
there we
swung his
go.
fist at one of the giants as
I
he
don't know
glided
what the
by.
fuck was happening.
We have arrived.
I had Flash
The
do this
chordata
shit
give way
too,
to
not
the
even
vertebrata.
on this computer,
Life as
just
we
in
know it,
general. They're all
mankind,
broken
so to
at
speak,
AF.
is just
Only
around
our
the corner.
program I like
Yes.
is XP Paint,
Shed
but it
3,
lacks features. Yeah, the more
Press
features
the
it has, the
return
more
button on your
broken
belt
it is.
and don't
Somewhere
be
I
too
have a
long
copy of
about
my
it.
old XP system in the
Shed
backup
3,
of
press
the Windows
button
XP
to
Paint.
vanish.
Like,
Whisked back
the
to their
more
classroom
like
with
I
superior
loved
functional
XP Paint. It
Teachers,
genuinely was a
faculty,
good
and all
program
allowed keen
for such a
light world
weak
and
art
died
program.
about them.
Like, ironically, it was
Children
very
could be
weak, but it
difficult at
had
times.
every
How
feature
did they
you
go to
needed.
get another
It
book?
even had an
How
animation
did they go
feature,
that way to
which
go?
was so
Where's that
weird at the
book of
time.
Rita?
Like,
Where
it
was
had
it?
everything,
Teacher
and then
always
Windows
patted
was
it down
like,
and
oh,
wagged
no,
his head,
no,
but
you don't get
smiled
it.
instead.
You don't
A
get
good
that.
question. A very good question.
What the fuck?
Someone has been listening and thinking. The answer is they didn't know. It wasn't
Huh?
planned. The ever-branching
Huh?
tree of evolution has no
Hold up.
goals. Its
Some-
changes are random.
Some funky is happening.
Mutations caused by alterations in the germplasm caused by natural radiation. The successful changes live.
Yeah, what the fuck is
unsuccessful
happening?
ones die.
Okay,
The
now,
notochord
now
creatures
it's
live about
Gremlins.
easier, were
Now
more
it's Gremlins.
successful than the other creatures. They live to evolve
what the
further.
fuck? No,
Which brings us to a
go
new
here,
word
go
I want you
here,
to
and
remember.
then just
The
start
word
drawing.
is ecology. And we
Yeah,
are
what the
talking
fuck?
about
Oh my
ecological
god.
niches.
Oh,
The
no.
whole
Right
world,
when you talk about
everything,
Gremlins,
how
you
all
don't
plants
talk
and
about the
animals work together,
Gremlins.
and how they relate to
Fucking
one
goddamn it,
another.
board.
An ecological
Every
niche
time you
is
talk
where
about
a
the
creature
Gremlins,
lives,
the Gremlins
a
exist.
special place where it can thrive and
It
survive
wasn't
and
fucking up
reproduce.
and right when you said
All
something.
creatures that find an ecological
It's when
niche
you
that they
said
can survive in
anything,
are
they just
successful.
came out of the woodworks. Alright, hold up.
You
I
have
gotta
been
reset
reading
the whole
some of the
program.
old books. That is what evolution was once called, but it was called wrong. All living organisms are fit because
Let
they
me
are
reset the
alive.
whole darn
One
program.
can be no more fit than the other. Can we say that mankind are more
All right,
fit than an oyster?
Let's reset it.
Yes.
Let's
Said
reset the
Phil Ford
program.
with absolute surety. His attention on apparently emerging from the
All right.
side of one of the sharks.
Really? Well, come over here.
You just
Shed
don't
Three,
talk about the
and try to pay
Gremlins.
attention. We live, and the oysters live. But what would
I did
happen
save,
if
I did
the world
save.
were to suddenly be covered by
I
shallow
saved.
water?
How could that
Don't
happen?
worry, I
The
saved.
how is not important. Let's just say it
Ugh,
happened.
disgusting.
What would happen to all the people?
They would all drown.
Correct. Our ecological niche would be gone. The oysters would thrive and cover the world. If we survive, we are all equally fit in the eyes of nature. Now, let us see how our animals
Bitch.
with
Oh,
skeletons
fuck.
are faring in a new niche.
Hello?
Dry land.
Am I still there?
There was a press, a motionless
Hey,
movement.
Magic Cat.
They were on a muddy shore by a brackish swamp. Teacher pointed to the trace of a feathery fin cutting through the floating.
Hey, Magic Cat. Oh my
The
god,
subclass
Magic
Protector
Cat. I hope
ridgei,
the
which
lag
means
isn't
strange
fucking
fin.
too bad.
Sturdy little fish who have managed to survive
Please tell
in
me
this
it's not that
stagnant
bad.
water
Please.
by adopting their swim bladders to breathe air directly.
Okay, it's
and
not-
to get their
it's not as
oxygen in this
bad.
manner. Many fish have these
Thank you for the
bladders
raid,
that
by the
enable them
way.
to hover at any given depth. But now they have been adapted to a different use. Watch.
The
Okay,
water
good,
became
good.
shallower until the fish's back was above the
Thank
water, then its
you.
bulging eyes
To Magic Cat, how have you
staring
been?
about
How's
wide
everything
and
been?
terrified.
How's everything been on
Sturdy
your
fin,
end? How's your
reinforced
streams
by
been?
bone, thrashed at the mud, driving
I haven't been
forward
to
further
many,
and
but
further from
I'm
home, the sea.
glad you're still
Then
streaming.
it was out of the water, struggling across the drying
Yeah,
mud,
our internet has been bonky
A
since
dragonfly was
about a
on
month
land
ago.
and was engulfed by the fish's open mouth.
But you're amazing.
land is being
Thank you
conquered.
so much, everybody that
Teacher
came
pointed
in.
to the
If you
humpback
stayed,
fish
that's
now
cool. If you
vanishing
didn't,
among the
that's a-okay
First by
too.
plants,
I have no
and now the
problems with
animals.
anybody staying or
In a
going.
few million
You
years,
know, it's life.
still over
You got other
225
stuff to
million
do,
years
and I
before
get
our
it.
own time,
You know.
we have this.
But thank you so much,
Time
Magic
again,
Cat.
rushing
If you
away
want
in
to
the
stay,
seaward
stay.
to
If you
another
if you
spot
need
sea.
to head on
A
out,
feathery
I'm
marsh
not gonna
of
be mad.
ferns as big as trees
You know, you got everybody's got stuff to do. I get it.
And life, roaring,
Everybody's
crashing,
got a
eating,
life to
killing
live.
life.
Ben, well,
Time researchers
it's
must
okay
insert
if you don't show
diligently
up
for this
often.
place,
It's totally
this
fine. I'm
instant in the history of the
resorting
world.
out my stream schedule
No
for
words
school.
were needed
How are
to
you?
describe or explain.
I'm great. I'm just
The
getting stuff
age
done.
of
I
reptiles.
got Discord
Small ones
basically
scampered down
done.
quickly to avoid
The
snakes
Discord
falling on
panel
them.
done. And now I'm working
Scotosaurus,
on the
armored and
Twitter
armed like a tiny
panel.
tank pushed through
So,
the waves, his
right
white
now,
tail dragging a
this
rod
is what I
through.
got.
Great Brontosaurus stood high against the
So I
sky,
got
tiny
this,
foolish head with its teacup
And
of
then
flames waving
I'm
its
gonna
arms like
fill
bayonets,
this in.
turned back
I've got to
see
finish
what
the
was
arrows,
some message crept
the arrow
through some
tips, and the
different
arrow
nerves.
feathers. And
His
then I've
back
got
bumped
to
up
hit it with
about
the
and
blue,
bristled and
the
bone
green
and hooked to it was
to
the
give
demon
that
form
grass
of
effect. I
Tyrannosaurus.
think.
His tiny
Let me
forepaws
see if
flashed
I've got in
feebly
my
along the other's
brushes
leathery skin, while his yards-long razor-toothed
a grass
jaws
texture.
tore at the heaving wall
Let's
of
see.
flesh. Brontosaurus,
Hair,
still not
skin,
sure what was
chain,
happening,
pain.
dredged up a
I
quarter
got
ton of
fur.
mud and water
I got
and
noise. Let's see.
wondering.
Let's see if I
While
got
high
it
above,
in here.
heaving and flapping its leathery
Fuck.
wings, Pteranodon
I
wheeled
do
by,
not
long
have a
jaws
grass
and
texture.
That one's hurting me.
I
Otherwise,
could grab it.
make stop.
I could use a
We
skin
are
texture.
only
That'll be
observers,
fine.
child. What you see happened
I've got
so
that
very long ago
texture.
and is
A
unalterable
grit
in any way.
texture.
Kill.
muttered Grosbit 9.
Could
attention
use
captured
that
for the
just
very
fine.
first time.
Yeah, I think skin
They all
pores
watched,
might be
mouths
just fine
dropping open at the sight.
as
These
leaves
are reptiles,
and a little bit of
the first
fur and some
successful
noise
animals
will
to conquer
really
the
make it
land.
come out.
Before them were the
I've got
amphibians,
Clip
like
Studio.
our
You
modern
can't.
frogs,
You can
tied
just get the
unbreakably
grass
to the
from
water,
the
where
free
their
assets.
eggs
I
are
can.
laid and the young
I can
grow up.
definitely do that. I
The
just don't want to
reptiles
do it
lay
on
eggs that can
stream.
hatch on land.
I just want to
Drink with the
draw on
sea has
stream.
been cut.
That seems like
Land
an
has been
off-stream
conquered
kind
at
of
They
situation.
lack but a
I'll get
single
it, though.
characteristic that will
It's
permit them
not
to
a big
survive
deal.
in
It's
all the
just
parts
this
of the globe.
background.
You
It's
have
just
all
this
been
background
preparing for this trip.
right here
Now,
of
can anyone tell me what is
what's
still
actually
missing?
going to be seen for the
answer
panel,
was only
and
silence.
that's about it.
Brontosaurus fell, and large pieces of
Why are
flesh
these
were torn
trees
from
made
his
out of
body.
skin?
Pteranodon flapped away.
Oh
The
my
rain
goodness.
squall blotted out the sun.
Why are these trees
talking about
flavored like
temperature.
skin?
These reptiles get a good deal of their body heat from the sun. They must live in a warm environment because as their surroundings get cooler,
So,
their bodies get cooler.
Now I got to get back to work.
Warm-blooded.
But we know,
Correct.
you know, we love
Someone
you,
at least
Two
has
Magic
been
Cat.
doing the required
Thank you for
studying.
coming in, and thank you for
I see
being
you're
awesome.
sticking your tongue out, Shed 3. How would you like it if you couldn't draw it back and it stayed that way? Controlled body temperature, the last major branch on the ever-branching tree. The first class of what might be called centrally heated animals is the mammalia, the mammals. If
No
we all go a
problem.
little
I'm
bit
off to
deeper
eat.
into
Have a
this
good
forest,
one.
you'll see
Have an
what I
amazing
mean.
one, Two Magic
Don't
Cat.
straggle. Keep up over here in
Don't
this
go
clearing,
skimpy on the,
everyone. On this side,
skin
watch those
tay,
shrubs there. Any
because
moment
it's a
now.
lot of health benefits. Yes.
Expectantly, they waited. The leaves stirred, and they leaned forward. A pig-like snout pushed out, sniffing the air, and two suspicious, slightly crossed eyes looked about the clearing. Satisfied that there was no danger for the moment the creature came into sight.
Is that ever ugly?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, young man. I'll ask you to hold your tongue. This is a perfect example of the subclass Prototheria, the first beasts, Trotilodon itself. For many years, a source of controversy as to whether it was mammal or reptile. The smooth skin and shiny plates of a reptile, but notice the tufts of hair between the plates. Reptiles do not have hair, and it lays eggs, as reptiles do. But it, this fine creature here, also suckles her young, as do the mammals. Look with awe at this bridge between the old class of reptiles and emerging class of mammals.
Oh, how cute.
Squealed Mandy, too, as four tiny pink duplicates of the mother staggered out of the shrubbery after her. Tritylodon dropped heavily onto her side, and the young began to nurse.
That is another thing that the mammals brought into the world.
The students looked on with rapt fascination.
Mother love. Reptile offspring, either born live or when they emerge from the egg, are left to fend for themselves. But warm-blooded mammals must be warmed, protected, fed while they develop. They need mothering, and as you see, they receive it in sufficiency.
Some sound must have troubled the Tritylodon because she looked around, then sprang to her feet and trundled off into the underbrush, her young falling and stumbling after her. No sooner was the clearing empty than the hulking form of Triceratops pushed by, the great horns and bony frill held high. 30 feet of lumbering flesh, its tail tip twitching as it dragged behind.
The great lizards are still here, but doomed soon to final destruction. The mammals will survive and multiply and cover the earth. We'll discuss later the many paths traveled by the mammals, but today we are going to leap ahead millions of years to the order Primates, which may look familiar to you.
Deselect.
A taller, deeper, more tangled jungle replaced the one they had been visiting. A fruit-filled, flower-filled, life-filled maze. Multicolored birds shot by. Insects hung in clouds, and brown forms moved along the branches.
Monkeys!
Grosbit 9 said and looked around for something to throw at them.
Primates. A relatively primitive group that took to these trees some 50 million years in our past. See how they are adapting to arboreal life? These primates will continue to develop until the wonderful, important day when they descend from the trees and venture from the shelter of the all-protecting forest. Africa.
Teacher said as the time machine once more moved them across the centuries.
Africa. It could be today. So little have things changed in the relatively short time since these higher primates ventured forth.
I don't see anything.
Chad 3 said, looking about at the sun-scorched grass of the veldt, at the verdant jungle pressing up next to it.
Patience. The scene begins. Watch the herd of deer that are coming towards us. The landscape has changed, become drier. The seas of grass are pushing back the jungle. There's still food to be had in the jungle. Fruit and nuts there for the taking. But the competition is becoming...
Hope everybody's doing
fierce.
good, by the way.
Many different
I really
now
do.
fill that
I'm glad that
ecological
you
niche,
guys all
and it is
came
running
and you
over.
guys are all
Is there
checking
a
up on me.
vacant? Certainly not out here on the veldt.
I hope you guys
Here
are enjoying
the
yourselves.
fleet-footed grass eaters. Look how they run. Their survival depends upon their speed, for they have their enemies, the carnivores, the meat eaters who live on their flesh.
Dust rose, and the deer bounded towards them, through them, around them. Wide eyes, hammering hooves, sun glinting from their horns, and then they were gone. And the lions followed. They had a buck, cut off from the rest of the herd by the lionesses, surrounded, clawed at, and wounded. Then a talon-tipped paw hamstrung the beast. And
You got a Sprite roster? I gotta see it. I gotta see it. I can't wait to see it, man. Come on, let me see it, man.
Struck silent, and Mandy too sniffled and rubbed at her nose.
The lions eat a bit, but they are already gorged from another kill. The sun is reaching the zenith, and they are hot and sleepy. They'll find shade and go to sleep soon, and the corpse will remain for the scavengers to dispose of, the carrion eaters.
Even as teacher spoke, the first vulture was dropping down out of the sky, folding its dusty wings and waddling towards the kill.
Hey, private commissions. I can't show everything. Oh. All right, no problems.
Then, from the jungle's edge, there emerged first one, then two more apes. They blinked in the sunlight, looking around fearfully, then ran towards the newly killed deer, using their knuckles on the ground to help them as they ran. The blood-drenched vultures looked at them apprehensively, then flapped into the air as one of the apes hurled a stone at them. Then it was the apes' turn. They, too, tore at the flesh.
Look and admire, children. The tailless ape emerges from the forest. These are your remote sisters.
Not mine. They're awful. I think I'm going to be sick.
Children,
Maybe
Now,
if I
think.
got time, though, I
It is
could
your
make you
mind, not
something
your bit man or
pretty
a man
packed,
age,
though.
have occupied a
No,
new
like I'm not
cultural niche.
asking you to
They are
make me
tools.
anything. I
They
just,
hurl rocks
I
and shake
appreciate
away
artwork, and I thank
And,
you for
look,
even showing me
that one there.
anything.
He
I
has
like,
a
I
sharp-edged
like
splintered
my
rock that he
friends
is using to cut off the meat. They
getting
stand
better
erect
and
on their
better
legs to
each
free
day.
Their hands for the tasks of feeding and survival. Man is emerging, and you are privileged to behold his first tremulous steps away from the jungle. Fix this scene.
What,
in
I
your
like
memory.
looking at
It
your
is a
shit.
glorious one. And you will remember it better,
Da-da-da-do.
Mandy, too, if you watch with your eyes open.
The older classes were usually much more enthusiastic.
This
Only Aegon
worked.
I seemed to be watching with any degree of interest, other than Grosbet 9, who was watching with too much interest indeed. Well, they said one good student in the class made it all worthwhile, made one feel as though something were being accomplished.
That is the end of today's lesson, but I'll tell you something about
I'm pretty
tomorrow's
packed,
class.
though. Yeah.
Africa vanished.
Sounded
Some
wrong.
cold
Yeah.
and rain-swept northern land appeared. High mountains loomed through the mist in the background, and a thin trickle of smoke rose from a low sod house half buried in the ground.
Tomorrow,
Oh,
we will see
yes.
how
That sounded
man,
so
with
wrong.
his primate background,
Oh,
was sure
yeah.
to be strong.
Getting
How
so
these early
wrong.
people moved from the family
While
group
also
to a
hanging out
simple
with your
Neolithic
friends.
community. How they used tools and bent nature to their will. We're going to find out who lives in that house and what he does there. It's a lesson that I know you are all looking forward to.
There seemed very little actual evidence to back this assumption, and teacher stabbed the button, and the class was over. Their familiar classroom appeared around them, and the dismissal bell was
Yeah.
jingling.
Oh, yeah.
Shouting loudly, without a backward look, they ran from the room, and teacher, suddenly tired, unclipped the controls from his waist and locked them in his desk. It had been a very long day. He turned out the lights and left. At the street entrance, he was just behind a young matron,
Nope.
most attractive in pink, in miniaturized mini, hair flaming red. Mandy Two's mother, he realized. He should have known by the hair. And she reached down to take an even tinier, pinker hand. They went out before him,
And what did you learn in school today, darling?
the mother asked. And although he did not approve of eavesdropping, teacher could not help but hear the question. And he wondered, yes, what did you learn? It would be nice to know. Mandy, too, skipped down the steps, bouncing with happiness to be free again.
Oh, nothing much.
Mandy, too, said. And she and her mother vanished around
What?
the corner. Without knowing he did it.
How long you
teacher
streaming for
sighed
today?
gratefully,
4?
and in the other direction,
Probably.
and went home.
Probably 4 to 5. If I'm gonna be honest, probably 5. If I can, I will try to stream for 5, and then later tonight stream for another 5. If I can. If I can keep it going,
You've heard a
if I
story
can
by
keep
Harry
the energy
Burns
going
called
till
Bird
then,
Branching Tree.
I'll definitely
It
stream
comes from
for
a collection
5
edited
more
by Anthony
hours.
Cheatham, Science Against Man. This is Michael Hansen.
Nice.
Reading with me.
So I mean, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours.
The children were Lisa Potter,
Because this
Paul
fucking
Taylor,
tablet only
Dick
lasts
Gray,
for about 5
Danny
hours.
Lynch, and
So
Stephen
I'm gonna give it 5.5
Technical
hours,
operation for this program
and
by
hopefully
Marshall
it lasts the entire time.
Mind Webs is a production of WHA Radio
You
in
know.
Madison, a service of
Not gonna be
University
mad
of
if it doesn't.
Wisconsin
I'm just
Extension.
gonna be like, well, you know, it's good time to take a break, everyone. You know, got that 20-minute sketch unless you did that already. Oof. No, I haven't done it yet. What's the oof about? What's the oof about? I don't know what the oof is about. I'm confused. The battery. I mean, I gotta accept it.
Welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
But I will draw Bowsette at the beginning of the next stream, and then I will do the Sam and Max robot the stream after that. Rip. Oh man. Oh. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm trying my best. I'm sorry that there's such a delay, bro.
This is Robert Silverberg's When We Went to See the End of the World.
The princess is in another castle. Oof. Oh. Brusby, no.
Mike and Ruby give marvelous
Brusby, no.
It's truly a home for all seasons, all moods. A very special corner of the world.
It's not you, it's me. The delay, guarantee it.
The living room with its exposed ceiling beams is a natural focal point for entertaining. Custom furnished with a conversation pit and fireplace.
You know what?
There's also a family room with beam ceiling and paneling, plus a study. And a magnificent master suite with 12-foot dressing room and private bath. Beautifully wooded 1/3 acre grounds. Their parties are highlights of any month. Nick and Jane waited until they thought enough people had arrived. Then Jane nudged Nick. Nick said gaily, "You know what we did last week? Hey, we went to see the end of the world." "The end of the world?" Henry asked. "You went to see it?" said Henry's wife, Cynthia. "How did you manage that?" Paula wanted to know. "It's been available since March," Stan told her. "I think it's a division of American Express that runs it." Nick was put out to discover that Stan already knew. And quickly, before Stan could say anything more, Nick said, "Yeah, it's just started. Our travel agent found out for us. What they do is put you in this machine. It looks like a tiny, teeny submarine, you know, dials and levers up front behind a plastic wall to keep you from touching anything. And they send you into the future. And you can charge it with any of the regular credit cards." "It must be very expensive," Marcia said. "They're bringing the cost down rapidly," Jane said. "Last year, only millionaires could afford it. Really, haven't you heard about it before?" "What did you see?" Henry asked. "Well, for a while, just grayness outside the porthole," said Nick. "And a kind of flickering effect." Everybody looked at him. He enjoyed the attention. Jane wore a rapt, loving expression. And then the haze cleared, and a voice said over a loudspeaker that we had now reached the very end of time, when life had become impossible on Earth. Of course, we were sealed into this submarine thing, only looking out on this beach, this empty beach. The water a funny gray color with a pink sheen. And then the sun came up. It was red, like it is sometimes at sunrise, only it stayed red as it got to the middle of the sky, and it looked lumpy and sagging at the edges, like a few of us. Lumpy and sagging at the edges, a cold wind blowing across the beach. "If you were sealed in the submarine, how did you know there was a cold wind?" Cynthia asked. Jane glared at her. Nick said, "We could see the sand blowing around, and it looked cold, the gray ocean like in winter." "Tell them about the crab," said Jane. "Yes, and the crab. The last life form on Earth. It wasn't really a crab, of course. It was something about 2 feet wide and a foot high, with thick, shiny green armor and maybe a dozen legs and some curving horns coming up. And it moved slowly from right to left in front of us. It took all day to cross the beach. And toward nightfall, it died. Its horns went limp, and it stopped moving. The tide came in and carried it away. The sun went down. There wasn't any moon. The stars didn't seem to be in their right places. And the loudspeaker told us we had just seen the death of Earth's last living thing." "Well, how eerie," cried Paula. "Were you gone very long?" Ruby asked. 3 hours, Jane said. "You can spend weeks or days at the end of the world, if you want to pay extra. But they always bring you back to a point 3 hours after you went to hold down the babysitter expenses. Mike offered Nick some pot. That's really something, he said. That's really something to have gone to the end of the world. Hey, Ruby, maybe we'll talk to the travel agent about it. Nick took a deep drag and passed the joint to Jane. He felt pleased with himself about the way he had told the story. They had all been very impressed. That swollen red sun, that scuttling crab. The trip had cost more than a month in Japan, but it had been a good investment. He and Jane were the first in the neighborhood who had gone. That was important. Paula was staring at him in awe. Nick knew that she regarded him in a completely different light now. Possibly she would meet him at a motel on Tuesday at lunchtime.
It looks fine.
But now he had an extra attractiveness for her. Nick winked at her. Cynthia was holding hands with Stan. Henry and Mike both were crouched at Jane's feet. Mike and Ruby's 12-year-old son came into the room and stood at the edge of the conversation.
Past the what?
He said,
The jet was a bulletin on
Right?
the news. News-headed amoebas escaped from a government research station and got into Lake Michigan.
So, it
They're
looks
carrying a
fine.
dissolving virus, and everybody in 7 states is supposed to boil his water until further notice.
Mike scowled at the boy and said, "It's after your bedtime, Timmy." The boy went out. The doorbell rang. Ruby answered it and returned with Eddie and Fran. Paula said,
It
"Nick
looks
and Jane went to see
fine.
the end of the
It's
world.
not great.
They've just been telling us all about it." "Gee," said Eddie. "We did that too on Wednesday night." Nick was crestfallen. Jane bit her lip and asked
Pass
Cynthia
it this
quietly
way.
why Fran always wore
Next.
such flashy dresses.
Pass it
Ruby
this way.
said,
Next.
"You saw the whole works, huh? The crab and everything?" "The crab?" Eddie said. "What crab? We didn't see the crab.
I
It
will.
must have died the time before." Paula said.
I will just
Nick
have
and
to
Jane were
get
there.
a goddamn
Mike
leaf
said.
brush
shipment of
because
Guanacaver
it is
lightning
so
has
goddamn
been
annoying
here.
to do
Have it,
actual fucking leaves. Like, I can do
How
it.
long ago did you do it?
It's not as
Eddie
hard
said.
as you think.
Sunday
It's just
afternoon, I
time
guess we were about the
consuming
first.
and
Great
unnecessary.
trip, isn't it? Eddie said. A little somber, though, when the last hill crumbles into the sea. "Well, that's not what we saw," said Jane. "And you didn't see the crab? Maybe we were on different trips." Mike said, "What was it like for you, Eddie?" Eddie put his arms around Cynthia from behind. He said, "Well, they put us into this little capsule with a porthole, you know, and a lot of instruments, and..." "Oh, we heard that part," said Paula. "What did you see?" "The end of the world," Eddie said. "When water covers everything, the sun and moon were in the sky at the same time." "Well, we didn't see the moon at all," Jane remarked. "It just wasn't there." "It was on one side and the sun was on the other," Eddie went on. "The moon was closer than it should have been, in a funny color, almost like bronze, and the ocean
Blue?
creeping up.
Because
We went halfway around
there's
the world,
always
and
going
all
to
we
be a
saw
bit
was
of
ocean.
blue.
Except in one place, there was this chunk of land
So,
sticking up,
just a
this
little
hill,
bit
and the
less,
guide told us it was the top of Mount Everest.
Less.
He waved to Fran. "That was groovy, huh? Floating in our tin boat next to the top of Mount Everest. Maybe 10 feet of it sticking up and the water rising all the time. Up and over the top, glub, no land left. I have to admit it was a little disappointing, except, of course, the idea of the thing. That human ingenuity can design a machine that can send people billions of years forward in time and bring them back. Wow. But there was
Leaf
just
brush.
How strange.
I mean, I just need a
said
Clip
Jane.
Studio leaf brush.
We saw an
That's
ocean
all I
too, but
need.
there was a beach, a kind of nasty beach, and the crab thing walking along it in the sun. It was all red. Was the sun red when you saw it? A kind of pale green, Fran said. "Are you people talking about the end of the world?" Tom asked. He and Harriet were standing by the door, taking off their coats. Mike's son must have let them in. Tom gave his coat to Ruby and said, "Man, what a spectacle." "So you did it too?" Jane asked, a little hollowly. "Yeah, 2 weeks ago. The travel agent called and said, guess what we're offering now? The end of the goddamn world. With all the extras, it didn't really cost so much, so we went right down to the office. Saturday, I think it was. Was it Friday? The day of the big ride, anyway, when they burned St. Louis." "That was a Saturday," Cynthia said. "I remember I was coming back from the shopping center when the radio said they were using nuclear..." "Saturday, yeah. Yeah, that's right," Tom said. "And we told them we were ready to go, and off they sent us." "Did you see a
So
beach
let
with
me
crabs?"
start with the
Stan demanded.
green
"Or
and
was it
then
a world
work
full of
down
water?"
to the blue.
Neither one. It was like a big ice age. Glaciers covered everything, no ocean.
I probably
no
need to
mountains.
look for
We flew
more.
around the world and it was all a huge
I could probably
snowball.
find some
They
more
had
eraser
floodlights on the vehicle
tools.
because the sun had gone out. I was sure I could see the sun still hanging up there, Harriet put in. Like a ball of cinders in the sky, but the guide said no, nobody could see it. How come everybody gets to visit a different kind of an end of the world? Henry asked. You'd think there'd be only one kind of end of the world. I mean, it ends, and this is how it ends, and there can't be more than one way. Could it be a fake? Stan asked. Everybody turned around and looked at him. Nick's face got very red. Fran looked so mean that Eddie let go of Cynthia and started to rub Fran's shoulders. Stan shrugged. I'm not suggesting it is. I was just wondering. That seemed pretty real to me, said Tom. The sun burned out, a big ball of ice, and the atmosphere, frozen. The end of the goddamn world. The telephone rang. Ruby went to answer it. Nick asked Paula about lunch on Tuesday. She said yes. Let's meet at the motel, he said, and she grinned. Eddie was making out with Cynthia again. Henry looked very stoned and was having trouble staying awake. Phil and Isabel arrived. They heard Tom and Fran talking about their trips to the end of the world. And Isabel said that she and Phil had gone only the day before yesterday. God damn, Tom said. Everybody's doing it. What was your trip like? Ruby came back into the room. That was my sister calling from Fresno to say she's safe. Fresno wasn't hit by the earthquake at all. Earthquake? Paula said. In California, Mike told her. This afternoon. You didn't know? Wiped out most of Los Angeles.
Eddie,
and ran
bro,
right up the
share.
coast, practically to Monterey. They think it was on account of the underground bomb test in the Mojave Desert.
Come on, Eddie,
California's always had
share.
such awful disasters, Marcia said. Oh, good thing those amoebas got loose back east, said Nick. Imagine how complicated it would be if they had them in
Well,
LA now,
this
too.
is a year
Well, they
where you
will,
can literally
Tom
see
said.
the end of the
And
world.
the one they reproduce by airborne
I don't think
spores,
20 is good enough.
like the typhoid germs last November.
This must be
James
super
said.
weed.
That was typhus, Nick corrected. Anyway, Phil said. Anyway, I was telling Tom and Fran about what we saw at the end of the world. It was the sun going nova. They showed it very cleverly, too. I mean, you can't actually sit around and experience it on account of the heat and the hard radiation and all. But they give it to you in a peripheral way, very elegant in the McLuhan-esque sense of the word. First, they take you to a point about 2 hours before the blow-up, right? It's, I don't know how many jillion years from now, but a long way anyhow, because the trees are all different. They've got blue scales and ropey branches, and the animals are like things with one leg that jump on pogo sticks. Oh, I don't believe that, Cynthia drawled. Phil ignored her gracefully. And we didn't see any sign of human beings, not a house, not a telephone pole, nothing. So I suppose we must have been
Roll
extinct a long
initiative.
time before.
Oh man,
Anyway, they
is
let us
it
look at
going
that
down?
photo.
All right.
Not getting out of our time machine.
going
naturally,
down.
because They said the atmosphere was wrong. And gradually the sun started to puff up. We were nervous, weren't we? Suppose they miscalculated things. This whole trip is a very new concept, and things might go wrong. The sun was getting bigger and bigger, and then this thing, like an arm, seemed to pop out of its left side, a big fiery arm reaching out across space, getting closer and closer. We saw it through smoked glass like you do in eclipse. They gave us about 2 minutes of the explosion, and we could feel it getting hot already. Then we jumped a couple of years forward in time. The sun was back in its regular shape, only it was smaller, sort of like a little white sun instead of a big yellow one. And on Earth, everything was ashes. Ashes, Isabel said with emphasis. It looked like Detroit after the Union nuked Ford, Phil said. Only much, much worse. Whole mountains were melted. The oceans were dried up. Everything was ashes. He shuddered and took a joint from Mike. Isabel was crying. The things with one leg, Isabel said. I mean, they must have all been wiped out. She began to sob. Stan comforted her. I wonder why it's a different way for everyone who goes, he said. Freezing, or the oceans, or the sun blowing up, or the thing Nick and Jane saw. I'm convinced that each of us had a genuine experience in the far future, said Nick. He felt he had to regain control of the group somehow. It had been so good when he was telling his story before those others had come. That is to say, the world suffers
Mike, I'm
a
watching you.
variety of
God
natural
damn it.
calamities. It doesn't just have
Mike's
one
not
end
sharing.
to the world. And it
Finish
keeps things
this.
up from sending people to different catastrophes, but never for a moment did I doubt that I was seeing an authentic event. Oh, we have to do it, Ruby said.
You heard the bot.
It's only 3 hours. What about calling them first thing Monday and making an appointment for Thursday night? The Monday's the president's funeral, Tom pointed out. The travel agency will be closed. Have they caught the assassin yet? Fran asked. They didn't mention it on the 4 o'clock news, said Stan. I guess he'll get away like the last one. Oh, it beats me why anybody wants to be president, Phil said. Mike put on some music. Nick danced with Paula. Eddie danced with Cynthia. Henry was asleep. Dave, Paula's husband, was on crutches because of his mugging, and he asked Isabel to sit and talk with him. Tom danced with Harriet, even though he was married to her. She hadn't been out of the hospital more than a few months after the transplant, and he treated her extremely tenderly. Mike danced with Fran. Phil danced with Jane. Stan danced with Marcia. Ruby cut in on Eddie and Cynthia. Afterward, Tom danced with Jane, and Phil danced with Paula. Mike and Ruby's little girl woke up and came out to say hello. Mike sent her back to bed. Far away, there was the sound of an explosion. Nick danced with Paula again, but he didn't want her to get bored with him before Tuesday, so he excused himself and went to talk with Dave. Dave handled most of Nick's investments. Ruby said to Mike, "The day after the funeral, will you call the travel agent?" Mike said he would, but Tom said somebody would probably shoot the new president, too, and there'd be another funeral. These funerals were demolishing the gross national product, Stan observed, on account of how everything had to close all the time. Nick saw Cynthia wake Henry up and ask him sharply if he would take her on the end-of-the-world trip. Henry looked embarrassed. His factory had been blown up at Christmas in a peace demonstration, and everybody knew he was in bad shape financially. "You can charge it," Cynthia said, her fierce voice carrying above the chit-chat. "And it's so beautiful, Henry. The ice or the sun exploding. I want to go." "Lou and Janet are going to be here tonight, too," Ruby said to Paula. "But their younger boy came back from Texas with that new kind of cholera, and they had to cancel." Phil said, "I understand that one couple saw the moon come apart. It got too close to the Earth and split into chunks, and the chunks fell into meteors, smashing everything up, you know. One big piece nearly hit their time machine." "I wouldn't have liked that at all," Marcia said. "Our trip was very lovely," said Jane. "No violent things at all, just the big red sun and the tide and that crab creeping along the beach. We were both deeply moved." "It's amazing what science can accomplish nowadays," Fran said. Mike and Ruby agreed they would try to arrange a trip to the end of the world as soon as the funeral was over. Cynthia drank too much and got sick. Phil, Tom, and Dave discussed the stock market. Harriet told Nick about her operation. Isabel flirted with Mike, tugging her neckline lower. At midnight, someone turned on the news. They had some shots of the earthquake and a warning about boiling your water if you lived in the affected states. The president's widow was shown visiting the last president's widow to get some pointers for the funeral. Then there was an interview with an executive of the Time Trip Company. "Business is phenomenal," he said. "Time tripping will be the nation's #1 growth industry next year." The reporter asked him if his company would soon be offering something besides the end-of-the-world trip.
Yep.
"Well, later on we hope to," the executive said. "We plan to apply for congressional approval soon, but meanwhile the demand for our present offering is running very high. You can't imagine. Of course, you have to expect apocalyptic stuff to gain immense popularity in times like these." The reporter said, "What do you mean, times like these?" But as the time trip man started to reply, he was interrupted by the commercial. Mike shut off the set. Nick discovered that he was extremely depressed. He decided that it was because so many of his friends had made the journey, and he had thought he and Jane were the only ones who had. He found himself standing next to Marcia and tried to describe the way the crab had moved, but Marcia only shrugged. No one was talking about time trips now. The party had moved beyond that point. Nick and Jane left quite early and went right to sleep without making love. The next morning, the Sunday paper wasn't delivered because of the bridge authority strike. And the radio said that the mutant amoebas were proving harder to eradicate than originally anticipated. They were spreading into Lake Superior. And
I'm
everyone
glad
in the region
everybody
had to
has been
boil all
enjoying
drinking
themselves,
water.
though. This stream has been
Nick
pretty
and Jane
darn good.
discussed where they would go for
Also,
their next
not that
vacation.
many bots, which is very good. Not that many bots. We've had Ladiv, we've had a few other people.
And
You know,
Nick laughed.
pretty good
quite a
streams
good
so
deal.
far. I mean, you haven't know how many bots have you seen? I mean, that's a possibility. That's alright, Burns. Brusby, it's okay. It's alright, bruh. Bruh, it's okay. Yeah, one of them with friends with one of the confirmed bots. I found 2 bots. Oh, so they were friends. That's actually pretty smart to try to get to keep your bots alive. You're like, no, they're real. They have
From the
friends and
collection
everything.
Universe 2, edited by Terry Carr. You've heard Robert Silverberg's story, When We Went to See the End of the World. I'm Michael Hansen. Technical operation for this program by Dan Schmidt. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of the University of Wisconsin Extension.
I love the chalk though. The chalk really does look good on this. But I should try the fabric brush. Let me try the fabric brush. Where is it? Texture, grit, pores, transition, metal, cloth. Still too big. Still too fucking big. Still too big.
Mindwebs.
What?
Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
Oh, that looks good. Hey, Paul, is Brusby gonna be okay? I don't want to be live on this planet anymore. Same. Hey, Paul,
This is
is
Michael
it
Hansen,
still,
Michael
is
Story
it too
from the
fucking big?
collection
I am
edited by
error.
Alan
It
Howard.
is!
Again,
No!
Volume 2. This is titled Moth Race by Richard Hill.
Little scratches.
Most of them came
Ooh,
early, flowing
that
smoothly
looks
into the
good.
stadium and finding their seats as if by some miracle, and then blinking at each other as they thought, I'm really here at last, and it's so easy. It was unheard of to sit in the direct sunlight this way, and they marveled
Hold
at
on,
the look,
it's gotta
feel,
save.
and smell of perspiration on themselves. There was no weather control here, and some of them were actually uncomfortable for the first time in their lives. Of course, they had all experienced some of the heat and smell and crowd noise through the medium in past years, but it was not the same as being here. Although the race would not begin for an hour or more, the stadium was nearly full. John Van Dorn had ridden the pedwalk from the transporter platform outside almost directly to his seat. He wasn't certain just how he had managed it and was still amazed at his accomplishment. The few people he knew who had been outside Johannesburg had told him how easy it was, and now he had to admit they were right. Johannesburg to Chicago in 30 minutes. A ticket to the race was the only way a man like John could travel, Unless, of course, he won the race. And only one man had ever done that. More people together than he had ever seen before, and John felt the excitement they generated, at once stimulated and disturbed by it. He saw medium cameras perched around the stadium ring and around the track below, and he knew that dwellings all over the world were full of the recreated sensations of the stadium. Even those who could not go, he knew, were synced in hours before the race, waiting. Those who had been before knew they could never go again. Those who hadn't hoped for a ticket next year and wondered what they could do to improve their chances. Only they, the government, understood why some got tickets and others didn't. This year, there had been a ticket for John. He did not know why. It was the one day of the year that nobody used easy pills. John loved the unaccustomed wildness he felt in his blood. Probably, they knew this would not work as well if you used easy pills. But because nobody used them, there was anxiety. Dwellings where screens glowed and people sat, and in the stadium itself, where the lucky ones gathered. There were even a few fights, impossible any other day of the year. They were brief, chiefly because the men fighting were not used to it. They were frightened by their own violence. John saw one such fight. When one man's nose began to bleed, both men stopped, stared at each other in surprise for a moment, and sat down. There was also the wine, something you could get only in the stadium, and everyone took advantage of the chance to drink it. Synthetic, of course. Only the champion, as far as John knew, got to drink real wine. It came from dispensers at the end of each row, and people passed it down to others with comradely cheer. John raised his pouch and shot a stream of the delicious red stuff into his mouth. He was at the end of the row next to the dispenser and had only to reach for more. He was also almost directly below the dignitary's box, and would be able to see what went on there. He filled his mouth again and thought, as he slowly swallowed, about those outside, watching him drink and wondering how it tasted. Or watching him and knowing they would never taste it again. He didn't know why, but the taste and effect of the wine was never broadcast over the medium. John turned and looked at the dignitary's box and saw the champion. He must have just come. And as the murmur of acknowledgement passed through the crowd, John thought, how close he is. I could walk 5 feet and touch him. Gray-haired and imposing with lined face, the champion looked fixedly at the track, ignoring the chatter of the unknown dignitaries seated around him. Some complained he was an unsatisfactory champion, too quiet or egotistical, and reluctant to talk about himself. After all, they argued, was it not part of the champion's duties to share his experiences with others? At least, that was the theory. But since there had never been another champion, comparisons were impossible. John could remember when there was no champion at all, and very dimly, the times before the races. The race had been held for 5 years before there was a champion, and people whispered that they were thinking of stopping them because it appeared no one could win. Then the champion came and the rumors stopped. Like everyone else in the world, John had followed him on the medium. For 7 years now, they had watched him hunt lions, fish for marlin, climb mountains, all in off-limits areas where none of them could go. They had shared his romance with Rita Landers, the medium star, and the only one in the world whose fame approached his. Of course, there were government officials, some of them in the dignitary's box with him now, but nobody knew or cared about them. They were not the real government anyway, only its physical representatives. Or so at least John suspected, though he never spoke of it with anyone. He had once seen the champion on an iceberg and thought the government must be like
AFK, that's okay.
And different from what
keep in your arena.
There was a rumor that Rita Landers, every man's idea of perfect beauty, was the result of an experiment in genetics, which they had abandoned after creating her. Since they had her, the rumor went, they decided to make her the only medium star, a receptacle of men's desires. It was shortly after her rise to fame that the champion won. The people had all seen the champion make love to other women, an endless string of them chosen from all over the world. They were not Rita Landers, but they were the best that accidental breeding could produce. And the people had experienced as well as seen the champion's conquests through the medium. They had sex themselves, but never with such variety. And they had dined, through him, on food none of them could ever have. They took their vitamin-enriched yeast and algae pills 3 times a day and waited to experience his meals. Shiny red lobsters with plump white meat, succulent roasts and steaks, chickens with shiny brown crusts from roasting, and much more. All this was only part of the winner's prize. It was one of the reasons men raced. John would never race, although as a member of the audience he was eligible. Possibly some of the men around him would try, lured by the possibility of a life like the champion's. Some always did. A man beside John asked,
"Well, what do you think?"
"About what?"
"About the race. What do you think I'm talking about?"
His accent was difficult to identify. There were still many dialects of English, despite the influence of the medium. Remnants, John guessed, of the days before language unification. Influence of the original tongue in English. John hadn't heard many other dialects. He didn't think of his own speech as dialect. And he told the man, "Yeah, of course it's exciting."
"Well, you race?"
No, not me. I'm on the list to be married."
"Yeah, who isn't? But we got about as much chance of marrying as we do of winning this race."
The man jabbed him in the ribs as he laughed. A local custom, maybe, but that was how fights started. "Well, I still have hope. I want a child."
"The world has enough children, but we could use another champion."
"Don't you like him?"
"Sure, I admire him, but why can't he loosen up? Hell, it's undemocratic. What's a champion for, if not to tell us what Rita Landers and those others are like, huh?"
"But we all headed on the medium," John said, remembering how aroused he and Betty had been afterward.
"Okay, good, but not good enough. Remember what he said afterward when reporters asked him? You saw for yourselves. Now, if that isn't arrogance for you, I want to hear him talk about it."
He did seem excited about that African girl," said John, remembering how strangely the champion had behaved in that interview. "She must have been something. Sometimes, it doesn't come across on the medium."
Yeah, true love. Too bad they wouldn't let him stay with her. Poor man. But how about the rest? Imagine having all that stuff and being moved from one to another and having nothing more to say than that.
And he glanced almost fearfully at the champion again.
"Besides, I don't like the idea of him preferring that black."
"Did you take your pills today?"
Of course not. Damn you, nobody does on the day.
He realized what John was asking him and looked embarrassed. It was the first prejudice John had seen in years. The easy pills usually took care of that.
"I wouldn't be that way,"
said a voice to John's left. He was younger than John, really only a boy.
"I wouldn't be that way. I'd be a good champion." "Ha! You wouldn't know what to do with Rita Landers."
The boy was on his feet.
"Take that back."
The man hesitated, then dropped his eyes.
What the hell? You won't race anyway."
"But I will," said the boy, as if he had just made up his mind. "I'm going now." The boy began walking down the ramp. John had an impulse to stop him, but didn't. After all, without racers, there could be no race. Perhaps he would make it. After all, the champion had.
"Well, what do you think of that? He's really going to do it."
John looked away and did not answer. There were 6 racers on the track now, one more than last year. Perhaps there would be others, although it was rare for others to volunteer after the race had begun. A boy like this one who had just gone down might have been expected to live another 80 or 90 years before he failed his physical. He would never be ill, never hungry, never anxious, neither too hot nor too cold, never without a sexual partner. If he wanted a child, he could get on the list like everyone else. And maybe, before he was too old, he could get permission to have one. If he were exceptional, he might even go to college and do something really important, like work in the undersea food farms or in a moon lab. He might be selected for one of the colonies or join the government if his tests indicated such an aptitude. Then he could have a travel permit, at least on a need basis, and wouldn't have to wait, like the shop people, for the race and hope for a ticket just to leave his city. Yet he and others did it. They risked everything just to be heroes. If being a hero was all you wanted, that was the way. Even those who lost the race became famous, had their pictures all over the world for a year. But it had never made sense to John. He had his moments of foolishness when it occurred to him, but then he would think of Betty's warmth and softness and smile. Why should he risk losing that? Or he would think again of how hopeless it was to win, but the race was rigged, and the thought would frighten him. There was something about the spectacle that disturbed him.
Ojima!
The six below presented
Ojima, how you been?
Before the race.
Yeah.
The computer worked. He saw the boy move his feet nervously.
It's just me over here, just doing my stuff. I hope you're doing good and having a good day. I'm just doing my stuff over here, just working on my cat right now. Just working on her armor and stuff like that.
The gates were buried in the track now.
Just trying out these different brushes and whatnot.
John realized with surprise that he was already sunburned and wine.
Giving it a few different, like, bit of texture here and there and stuff like that.
It was a strange feeling. Something like power and something like...
So I hope your day is only getting better and better. I hope your day only, exceeds expectations, as they say.
The sight of it sobered John somewhat.
I miss you. Even we talked yesterday, but I like talking to you. Hugs. Hey, man.
The announcers.
Yeah, no prob, bro. No prob.
Was so close. Tension was heavy in the air.
Dude, it's all good, man. It's a-okay, bro.
The program was simple, low key, nothing to detract.
We're all Gucci over here. We're all good. We're all chill out and all that. Hope your art's been going good.
Know where the idea had come from, though there had been rumors about that too. One was that the social engineers, or whoever controlled them, were worried about the easy pills. They were not sure that undesirable behavior would not somehow...
Hope everything's been going great. I know it's difficult out there, but I believe in you, my man.
Could be trusted to take them. Strict enforcement was possible, but not desirable. They wanted some way to release the tension the pills merely covered up. Someone come
look at that. Look at that.
The events here today are serious and of great magnitude for the world.
Hope the sound is going all right. Hope everything else is going all right in life.
And to praise once again our great champion.
I got this, and then I gotta work on this one as well.
Applauding wildly.
So I've got both versions. Got the blue and the green.
Sunburnt faces grinned, and there was even more noise. Wineskins flopped to the floor. The other dignitaries with the champion were clapping.
I'm still posting, dude. Plus, we on Rise today, and today feels good. Saturday's gonna be freaking good. Oh yeah, Saturday's gonna be good. Whatever happens, happens. Hope it only gets better and better, man.
The crowd screamed, "Rita, champ! Rita, champ! Rita!" And John was caught up in their emotion. Surely there had never been two more desirable and admirable people, he thought, and his eyes were wet with tears of pride. Yet somehow the champion seemed untouched by the crowd, almost sad and bored. John chanted louder as though that would break the champion from his dark mood. And the tears streamed down his sun-reddened cheeks. He yelled until he grew dizzy and had to sit down. Finally, the crowd's noise began to subside, but not completely. There was now that frenzied undertone he remembered hearing from the medium at other races. This was what they had come for. The announcer knew it and moved them expertly before they could begin their chant again.
Our first racer is Sadakichi Muramoto from Tokyo. He is 25 years old and works in Shop 13.
The announcer went on, using the computer-organized biography. By the time he had finished, John felt he knew the man from Tokyo. No felt that he was.
But Saturday is kind of my boy
Then it was time
Edo
for the first
last
race.
stream due to keep
Sadakichi
having a
climbed into his
job.
car,
So I have
red
to
one,
new fire and a
pushed
new
the
burning
country to the
passion to keep
starting line.
going. From a boy and
Officials
myself. I
provided
believe
buttons
in you,
and
man.
raised. There was, as everyone knew,
Dude,
no controlling
do
the
it, man.
speed.
Believe in
It was 60
yourself,
miles an
man.
hour, calculated to round the track in 2 minutes. If
I try to
the
believe in
driver
everybody
could
here.
avoid the gates.
Try to give
The gates would
everybody a
rise as the
high
computer
five.
determined At various places along the 5 lanes. At that speed. it was
Yeah,
unrealistic to
Board's
call to avoid.
back.
Indeed,
Now
by the
he's
time the car
back.
reached one, it
Back
might well
again.
snapped back into the track. It was all simply a matter of chance. There was no controlling one's fate on the track, yet almost every driver tried. Muramoto got almost a mile, weaving from lane to lane, before a gate rose in front of him. He swerved to avoid it, and ran into another which had risen where a moment before no gate had been. The gate he had swerved to avoid was
Board's
already
been
back
keeping
in
me
place by the
company.
time his car
Haven's
contracted.
been keeping me everybody's been keeping me company.
As it was designed to do, like an accordion.
Yeah, Ojima's cool dude, radical dude.
Shouts of, "Oh,
Hey, Hart, how you been?
he's hit it." All around him, people were crying.
How you been, Hart?
Tears again in his own eyes. It was
Oh,
difficult
man.
to remember from
Nice
year
to see you're
year
doing
what it
well.
was like.
Yeah, yeah.
The easy pills
Heart's here.
probably prevented that. But this was it, all right. And much
Hope you're doing
stronger
well,
than
Hart.
much
Hope you
medium.
glad you came in to
His head
check stuff
throbbed
out, you know.
whined as he let his
Even if you
emotions
don't
surge
stay,
through
we're
him.
just glad you came in.
He was such a promising young man. Why couldn't he make it? She was comfortable.
We're all pals here. We're all Gucci over here.
It's all right. You know they have to try. But you can't beat the gates.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just working on this right now. Nope.
Well,
Nope.
the champion did.
Nope. I like that.
The
Like
train
this.
moved slowly to the place on the track. With
Yeah,
the
this
car
is all I'm working on right now.
lifted it.
Just trying to get this done.
Snapped back into place.
Give a
on the line.
real sense
The
of
train
depth and
deposited Crumple's
perspective
car
with
and
this.
driver into a vehicle, waiting on the infield.
And then at the end of the shading, I'm going to add the shade of the string. So I'm not going to worry about it just yet. There's no need to worry about it just yet.
And so it continued.
Because I'm
John
going to have to
knew
get
why
it
was better to
anyway.
be here
Just
at
don't
the
worry about
stadium
it.
than to experience it at home.
But yeah.
The crowd
Right now
was
I'm just
one,
working on
sharing
my
its collective
panel,
sorrow
trying to
and
get it
strife.
done. I was
was
going to
no more
work for
hatred,
5
more
hours and then,
separation.
you know, get my stuff
After the
done and
third
then
racer,
let it
11
charge
men
and then
from
be
Suelos
on
and
5
Buenos
more
Aires who
hours.
barely got away from the starting line before a
All
gate
right,
crushed them
activated and
like a
followed
moth
now. I
against
followed
a moving
Hart and
transport
how it's
window.
going. Also,
He
Board
saw a
Birdie,
man who
you're
had
next.
shown bigotry
Oh, man.
earlier walk down 3 rows to put his hand
Yeah,
on the black woman's shoulder. Everyone was crying now.
Board, that
Everyone
just
except
means you have to
the
stream
champion.
eventually.
John saw him abroad sitting
I'm not going to push
impassively
people to
while
stream.
Rita
If they don't want to
wept on
stream,
his
that's
shoulder.
okay. That's all good.
The boy was last. They saw him hesitate, then climb into a yellow car. The official's hand came down. and he
Board,
was
it seems
off.
everybody
Top
wants
speed
you to
almost immediately.
stream.
He,
Come
too,
on,
chose to
Board.
dodge from lane to lane.
Everybody wants
The
to see
second hand
that
moved on the
wonderful
stadium clock
person.
As he got farther around the track. You're from Jacksonville.
Board's so
John nodded
helpful.
at the tiny car.
He's been getting rid of bots
You
for
were
me
the
for a
champion of
bit.
Olympics.
He's
Your
been
names
taking
and
care of me.
values, all of that must count. Make it count.
Board's good people.
Then a
Yeah.
gate caught the boy too. You can't.
He's been fighting off all the bots and stuff like that.
It was the
just
last
been
race,
beating 'em
so
up,
the crowd released
taking
its
'em in
pity
the back alley and
relaxed
beating
its
'em up.
fear For all the racers. The stadium was filled with it. The race was over now, and they mourned their heroes well. But in the process, they prepared themselves to carry on. We did not race, they thought. We must go on living. They felt a load had been lifted from them. They felt almost lighthearted. But suddenly there was a commotion. People turned to look. It was the wrong time for a disturbance, and they resented it. Then someone said, "The champion." John, too, looked behind and saw the champion standing. His expression had not changed. He still looked bored. The champion did
Fighting
beat
them
the gates.
bots.
They remembered together. Was he going to speak?
Fighting all them
He had
bots.
never spoken voluntarily
Just
before.
beating the shit out of them
John
in the
slowly
back alley,
turned
just
around
giving
to
them a
see
good
her.
old
Then he
1-2.
noticed Rita pulling on the champion's
Boards,
arm. She was
boards
screaming,
always
"No,
helpful.
No. Dignitaries tried to hold the champion back and were shrugged off.
And the biggest thing
The
is
champion began
like
to walk down the
he's
ramp.
been helping me out
John
make
still did
some
not understand
nice
until
little
someone
stream
screamed,
bots and stuff like
He's
that.
going to race.
He's just so helpful.
Yes, he
I was
thought
like,
as he
I don't.
watched the champion come
He's
down
like,
the
what are
ramp
you
toward him.
using?
It
Yeah,
could
I'm
only
using
mean
Nightbot,
that.
and he immediately was like,
Why?
hey man,
John
just
wondered,
I can
and
fuck
heard
with
voices
that.
in the crowd echo his
I was like,
question.
oh okay.
The champion had
Yeah,
everything
you go,
in the
you go
world he
have
could
fun,
want.
man.
He had travel and women and food and adventure and fame. He had earned it already and did not have
Thank
to earn
you.
it again.
Thank you.
The champion looked at some in the crowd as he passed. John was one of those whose eyes met his. For long minutes it seemed, and he felt drowned in
Yeah,
silence. He felt the champion was trying to tell him something.
I think it's looking
Was that it?
great so far.
Could the champion be tired of his life?
Also, I
Was there
see the
something
comment,
about
you
it none
ain't
of them
slick,
knew?
you're welcome,
Something to
lovely,
confirm
so
John's
take good
nagging
care
doubts
and
that could
be
make him
awesome.
do this?
Yeah, no, everybody be
The wine
awesome.
had
We're
his
just
head
glad
so
to
hot,
have
so
everybody
confused.
here.
It was a terrifying idea, and John fought to put it from his mind. Surely that wasn't what the champion had tried to tell him, but the way he had looked at him. Then the champion was walking onto the field. He spoke briefly with the announcer, who appeared not to know what to do. The announcer disappeared for a few minutes and then reappeared at the microphone. The champion will defend his title. A silver gray car, the color of the champion's hair, was rolled onto the track. With no hesitation, he climbed in and allowed it to be pushed to the line. The crowd was becoming hysterical. "No, don't let him!"
Yeah.
John heard and turned to see Rita struggling with two of the dignitaries, but the crowd picked it up.
Yeah, Ojima's
Don't
good,
let him, don't
good
let him.
people.
They began to chant, "Don't let him!" John chanted with them. But when he looked back, the race had begun. The champion had won the first time by driving straight down the center lane. He knew the odds and didn't try to outmaneuver the gates. Others had tried his system without success, but there was no doubt it had worked for him, and he was using it again this time. Already he was beginning the second mile, and still moving. Did he have some special charm? The champion made it. Would the luck that brought him through the first time bring him through again? Then, suddenly, the champion was gone. An unseen but felt red explosion.
Even though I got
shattered the
issues,
clay
but
loaf.
we got issues, so what's up?
The
Yeah.
crane did not move.
It's all
so it could
good.
not believe its next task. There was a deep and long silence. Then there was a growing noise in the stadium. John realized part of it was coming from him. At first, it was inarticulate, like the cries of animals. Then, it found words. "He's gone!"
Look at
Someone
that.
screamed.
A lot better.
There's no more champion. We've lost him. The champion didn't make it.
A pounding grew in John's head and became a refrain with which he led the crowd. "We need a champion. We need a champion." He did not know its origin, not even really its meaning, but it was there, throbbing in his head, overwhelming him completely. It had now been communicated to the others, and the whole stadium shook with the sound. "We need a champion! We need a champion! We need a champion!"
They need a champion,
Then,
guys.
suddenly, it was, "I will be the champion. I will be the champion. I will be the champion." And then John was running down the ramp toward the track, waving his arms and shouting,
I will! I will! I will!
And behind him came others. The story you've heard this time was Moth Race, written by Richard Hill. It appears in the collection Again Dangerous Visions, Volume 2, edited by Harlan Ellison. I'm Michael Hansen. Technical operation for this program by Marcia Phillips. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Michael Hansen. Wonder if Pariah Home Companion is coming on. I don't know.
Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
Pariah. I think I'm saying it right. Am I not saying it right?
This is Michael Hansen with a Mindweb story that comes from the collection edited by Judith Merrill, England Swings SF Stories of Speculative Fiction. This is The Run by Chris Priest. As he left the base, Senator Robbins heard the alarm begin its screaming warning. For most of the morning, he'd toured the base. With the Pan-Asians agitating and an election due, he couldn't afford to substantiate his anti-pacifistic claims with anything less than a well-publicized tour. Behind his car, he could see the vid crews piling their equipment into their transports. He drove at a leisurely pace towards the main gate and its attendant barrage of security checks. These days, driving was
Let me
the
see
only
your
way
war
to relax.
face.
He scorned the idea of a chauffeur. The security was suspiciously officious. He'd half expected them to let him through with the most cursory of examinations, but they insisted on a complete check-over of his identifications. These fact-finding tours stirred up the military after all. As he left the security lodge and approached the main gates, the last of the rockets fired. And that was something he'd investigated today. The constant total readiness practices cost more than they were perhaps worth. He made a mental note to get his secretary to prepare a report. The rocket was the usual manned sort, a sliver of dusty metal scarcely visible in the overcast. It disappeared quickly, its afterglow illuminating a small patch of the clouds. Through the thick plastic of his car's body, Robbins could feel the sonic throb of the rocket's huge motors. He turned out of the base onto the gray slip road that led to the major freeway. As his car accelerated silently along the aluminum strip, another flight of rockets, presumably from some other nearby base, swept overhead. They were flying low these days, the new defense pattern he'd been told about. A wash of noise seemed to make his car shake on its plates. He closed the windows and turned the air conditioner full up. He came eventually to the freeway and followed the filter strip onto its width. It looked like a photograph Robbins had seen once of one of the old railway marshalling.
What do you want me to rant about?
Tracks crossed and recrossed, merged and divided.
Thing you hate most about drawing, but it's totally sarcastic and actually what you like the most.
The maximum allowed.
You know what I really fucking hate about drawing? You know what I really hate? It's the sketching of every little bit and bobble of literally building off of something like seriously. Like, who gives a fuck about that shit? That shit's so underwhelming and underperforming. Nobody likes that shit. It's stupid, dumb, and just it gets you nowhere in life. That's my favorite part of drawing right there. It's sketching it out.
National scale. That was all. He drove on, his mind working hard. Overhead, another low flight of silver rockets added weight to his forebodings.
What's your most hated
up the freeway, Robbins took another
hated part about drawing, but secretly your most favorite? Comment below and let me know. And hit that like button for more and that bell for more notifications.
Soaring into the sky over the surrounding forest. Decentralized government seemed fruitless when housed in a building as
that class that totally doesn't bring the outfit together and make the flow just absolutely horrendous.
The track began to climb a little. And the trees became thicker along its side. Soon he came to the junction. A single track dipping down through the trees, losing itself between wooded banks. He approached the turning carefully, waiting for the signal to flash green. The pole barrier raised itself automatically and his car slipped through. He switched off the identifying beam and behind him the pole dropped back into place. He accelerated quickly, impatient to get back to his office.
We're not going to talk about Gremlins ever again. Bored. We're just gonna not talk about Gremlins anymore. Got it?
The government's foreign policy, in Robbins' opinion, was flaccid. It listened to public opinion too much.
Look at how well that turned out. Damn.
The pacifists had had their way now for 7 years, allowing the Pan-Asians to infiltrate every civilized country they bordered on. The time had come to show a little strength, pull a few triggers, push a few buttons. They'd give way soon enough, shown a few strong-arm tactics. Robbins found he'd unconsciously pushed his speed too far, and he let it drop away a little. This was low speed.
I totally hate cute outfits, and when the frames come together all nice, like with the great flow, you roll the 4 on wisdom and not talking about that.
A movement caught his eye.
It's so difficult. Okay.
He looked again at the spot.
You know what I really fucking hate about drawing? I really fucking hate that every time that you shade in the right way, it just comes out like slowly but surely, and you have to erase 15 to 20 times to get it just the right amount. That's what I really hate about drawing.
With a sudden, unaccountable twinge that there were many on that side, too. Instinctively, he slowed the car a little, hesitating. As he did so, several of the juvies levered themselves away from the trees they were leaning against, and
the they that shall not be named game, right?
Drove on cautiously.
We can play it.
He began to see more and more youth, some of them clustering in bunches near the track. As he passed one of these bunches, a juvie spat deliberately at the car, his spittle splaying across the windscreen. The first trace of real alarm nudged at Robbins' mind, and he looked into his rear-view screen. The track behind him was crowded. Juvie's walking easily along behind him. Some of the youths were running as if trying to pace the car. He increased his speed again, a little nervously. The car surged forward, its blunt nose thrusting as the lineal plates increased their field, hugging the aluminum strip. On either side of the track, the numbers grew. Most of the Juvies just watched, but some of them, the younger ones, Robbins guessed, some of them were shouting insults and waving sticks. The track before him streamed away in a gray curve of dull ribbon, disappearing around Packers. At the bend, Robbins could see a crowd of the youths looking towards his car expectantly. There must be 100 in that part alone, he guessed. The little knot of alarm had grown inside him, swollen by an unreasoned certainty that they had been waiting for him.
We're just listening to old-timey radio. I listen to it from time to time to, break up the monotony of music. So we have been listening to sci-fi stuff.
He looked around. Everywhere, it seemed, he could see the drably dressed youths flowing onto the track. His car shot silently towards the bend at Packers. Standing out like a promontory, the tree-lined bank convexed down to the edge of the track, bearing its cargo of young humanity, jeering and cheering as the senator plowed down towards
Michael Hansen and some radio stuff.
He'd have to slow. He jabbed at his reverse flow, and the speed dropped away a little.
To change it up a little bit, Hart.
Rose as his momentum died.
So when are you going to be streaming again, Hart? We can't wait.
Too fast. He grappled with the emergency braking, fighting against the violent shuddering that tore through the cabin. Bucking and pitching, the plates ground against the strip, threatening to leave their guides. As he came out of the bend, something metallic and heavy.
All right, that's fine. That's a-okay. Just know that we'll be here when you do. Just know that we'll be here when you get back. You'll have some good friends and some good laughs. I'll try to be there as best as I can.
Its gyro holding it level again. Ahead, the track was empty, straight and true. It ran for a full kilometer, slipping gently down the long incline. Dead ahead, he could see the tall shape of the Sessions Hall standing like a beacon on the horizon. A strange flash caught his eye, then another. Twin streaks of flame shot upwards from near the base of the hall and lost themselves in the cloud. Two more followed them.
Oh, yeah, just coming together.
Realized what they were.
Love
the
that.
anti-missile sight, unmanned and fully automatic, was being brought against something. It very much looked as if the senator's worst fears
I hate that. Oh, that's disgusting.
It was all the more imperative that he get back to the hall. He looked into his rear view screen. Behind him, the bend was crowded with Juvies. They were making no attempt to follow him, evidently preferring to watch his progress. He checked his speed and saw that he had almost halted. What had happened there? Had they been trying to kill him on the corner? It seemed unlikely. From what little he knew of Juvie habits, the senator was certain that whatever they did, they would make sure would work. And with the biggest gang he'd ever seen or heard of, he would expect something a little more positive than terror tactics. He sweated at the thought. If that was so, then they hadn't finished with him yet. He craned forward against the restraining pull of his safety webbing. At the end of the slope, he caught a movement, even as he watched hundreds of Juvies wormed out of the trees. Pushing and jostling, they fought for position along the edge of the track. There was nothing orderly about their movement. It was as if they'd been released from the stockade all at once. They fought and shoved, several of them stumbling onto the track and over the aluminum strip. With horror, Robin saw that those that fell stayed there, making no effort to move. Many more were throwing themselves against the strip, deliberately placing their bodies in his path. Torn with indecision, he looked desperately around. What were they doing? Did they want to kill themselves? An idea struck him, and he reached across for the call kit.
Hey,
he waited for a reply.
That's okay, man.
By the corner were walking down towards him. The leaders,
that's all right, man. Hey,
were near the car,
I'm just.
See now
hey,
they were carrying
we're gonna get through it.
You know,
just know that no rush. I'm glad that anybody
No
comes
reply.
in and, you know, tries their
What the hell
best.
was going on?
It's basically, as I
Then
say,
he remembered the girder that had hit the roof. It must have damaged the aerial.
yeah, shit does
There
happen.
was a crash and his rear window
You're not the only one
scarred
that
into
happens
opacity.
to.
His screen
You're in the
showed some
same
of the
boat
youths
as many
throwing
people.
Stones.
I, on
He'd
the
have to
other
move.
hand, do not have university.
Reluctantly, he started the car moving again down the slope towards the others. A great
This is
cheer
when birds
rose
attack.
as he began to move. A taunting ovation of derision and scorn.
This is when birds
Died away
attack.
to be replaced by a chant. An insidious and growing beat. A pounding, droning, throbbing drum of voices frightening and stimulating. The mocking hymn grew and grew, and suddenly he caught the words. At last he understood what the whole thing was about. The chant was one word.
Gonna
One
shit
whose
on
magic
everybody.
roots lay far into the past, whose meaning
The
had
bird
grown and swelled over the
must.
years, and one that now meant a semi-religious cult of suicidal magnitude. And all around Senator Robbins, the whole world shouted the word. Chicken. Chicken, they screamed. Chicken. 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 And this was a run. The full implication struck Robbins as his car reached the 50 kph mark. He had unwittingly let himself in for a run, something that only happened to other people. He allowed his speed to build up a little more. His mind worked frantically. What was he going to do? Rather, what could he do? There seemed little choice. Behind him was a hard knot of juvies running now, he could see. Ahead of him, the pressing mob had overflown right onto the track. The aluminum strip flying
Love you
into their
too,
bodies like a
man.
gray arrow.
Dude, just being
All along the
here
track, the
and
juvies
just saying
stared at
hey
his
is good
car,
enough.
watching defiantly as he
Dog,
accelerated towards
you don't
them.
know how much that helps.
Robin's
Just
fear
being
suddenly
here and
evaporated,
being
to be
positive.
replaced by a strident wave of anger. These damn juvies couldn't push him around. Disgusted with drugs, drunk with unwanted power, these unemployed and unemployable delinquents thought they ruled the earth. Thought. That was ironic. Robbins reflected as he encouraged more and more
Oh
speed out
yeah,
of his
look
car.
at that.
They
I
practically
mean,
did
this
rule
shitty
some
fucking
parts of the
shading.
country.
It's fucking
He
terrible.
shuddered as he thought of a world
Hate it.
ruled by
Just hate
aching
it.
louts, the ignorant and cowardly, the weak-minded and strong.
I'm trying my best, board. It's so difficult.
Figures added millions to their ranks. Another flash on the horizon worried the corner of his vision.
Yeah, Clip
Somewhere
Studio.
In another world, it seemed.
Yeah.
A war.
And now to do a.
He glanced at his speed meter and saw that he still had plenty of speed in hand. He wasn't far from the nearest juvies, and he began to imagine that he could see their faces. In fact, all he could see was a blur of
Do a
white and
little bit of
brown,
brightness
an untidy
test.
heap of humanity
A little
testing
bit
their
of a
bravery
daylight.
against his. He held his speed at a steady 100. And
I
braced
saw
himself.
Drawfee recently did a sponsorship with
nearer.
them. Oh,
All around him, the chanting screamed and throbbed, urging. and
exactly.
pushing him to
Also,
hold
take
his
care.
speed.
Hope see you in a lounge sometime. All right. Also, Smoochers, you're
What
great.
was there to
Thanks.
prove?
Thank
He
you.
wasn't a coward.
Oh
He
wait,
knew
thank
that.
you.
Why did he have to test himself in front of these morons?
Now, remember
There was
there's
no
also
bravery in throwing a ton of
there's
plastic
also
and steel
light
at a mountain of
blue
human bodies
because
maiming,
remember
killing to prove
the
himself.
sky is
He wasn't a
reflecting
Juvie. He
blue.
wasn't ruled by any mob. He was a civilized person in a civilized community, a respected person in a position of trust. He was a senator and had the faith of 20,000 voters behind him, trusting his dignity and discretion. And most important, he was human. It was abhorrent to his very nature to kill for its own sake, to plow through 100 bodies, destroying life and making it a pleasure.
Oh right.
He was 100 meters
I
from the
keep
mound of
fucking
Juvies.
forgetting.
The chanting throbbed into his consciousness, exciting and stimulating him, beating like the jungle drums of primitive peoples. It seemed to
Yeah.
get faster and faster in crescendo of hate, mounting and spiraling as he sped ever
Let's
closer.
see.
He could see their faces now,
Capacity.
pink and
Turn
white
that
and
down
gray,
just a little bit.
all of them staring fixedly at his car,
do the
waiting for him
same.
to brake. He could see their mouths opening and closing.
All right,
as they
take
changed.
care, Ojima.
They'd never brake.
Yeah.
There were too many.
See
of
you
them.
around,
They'd sit
Ojima.
there
You're
until he killed them
awesome.
all. They'd
You're
sit
too
there
incredible
watching
and
him,
amazing. Don't
watching
ever
as he
think
ran
otherwise.
from- He made his decision, grabbed the emergency brake, and applied full reverse thrust. He slammed forward into the webbing of straps, seeming to hang there as the great plates fought against the momentum. No scream of brakes, no squeal of rubber. A silent, steady, remorseless pull of power, acting like a barrier of unyielding cotton wool. He felt as if he hung there for an eternity, his reactions nil, eyes blinded by a sudden fireball. And then he was free. He slumped into a seat as the car
All right,
stopped.
see you guys later.
There
Take care.
immediately
Oh,
his
is that
feet.
a
He rolled forward,
FITE?
sliding down
If
the side
I
straps,
say
eyes
no,
still
well,
blind from
guess
the sun-white
what? No,
glare.
you. Bye now.
A
Bye.
hot wind blew, and a great hand lifted his car.
Just some nice spirit. He's got a lot of heart.
There was a terrible silence when he came round. The first thing he saw was his watch,
He's got-
still ticking and apparently undamaged.
He's got so
He'd been
much heart.
unconscious only a few minutes. There was something wrong with his vision, as if he were seeing everything through a maze of retinal shadow. He moved experimentally. There was a pain in his side, but nothing else seemed to be damaged. Automatically, he reached for the webbing release and freed himself. The car, with most of its windows smashed, was lying on its side a long way from the track. He climbed up through what had been the windscreen, treading cautiously
Later.
to the controls. Outside, there was inferno. The sessions hall had vanished, replaced instead by a great trunk of cloud. On all sides, the trees had been flattened and stripped of their leaves. Many were burning, their smoke adding to the desolate cloud of nuclear release. And all around, the bodies of the juvies lay. All had been burned. All were now dead. Robin stood there for a long time. Presently, he began to cough, and blood trickled through his
Now,
lips.
if everybody's going, I
He turned
understand.
his back on what had once been the hall and
I can
walked
understand. That
erratically
was a
up the way
horrible,
he had come
horrible
so
joke.
recently. Overhead, a low flight of yellow rockets skimmed away from the black cloud.
Soften it up a little bit. So. Too much. Oh no! Hasso 3. Oh man, Hasso 312. Oh no! Another. Oh,
Story written by Chris Priest.
how many
Comes
are
from
there?
An anthology edited by Judith Merrill, titled England Swings, SF. I'm Michael Hansen. Technical operation for this program by Dan Schmidt. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Oh,
ass. That's okay.
Got my and switched. Oh, that sounds a little bit like the start of that one Marvel tune. Probably, like... okay. Yeah. Basically all music has been used before at one point or another. We're all dead inside, nothing fucking matters. There's no such thing as an original idea. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I gotta say, it looks so good, though. Gotta say, I love it. And then texture, metal, great. Give it a little bit more.
Mind web.
What is it, board? Just gotta let your faults and your efforts
Welcome
speak
to
for
a half hour
themselves.
of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative
There's a bit of Doctor Who in it too, I'd say. Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything. It's probably from before, so probably the other way around. Yeah. Probably. It's good though, I like it.
This is Michael Hansen with a Mind Web story that comes from a collection edited by Harlan Ellison called Dangerous Visions. We'll hear The Night That All Time Broke Out by Brian Aldiss. The dentist bowed her smiling to the door, dialing the cab for her as he went. It alighted on the balcony as she emerged. It was a non-automatic type, old-fashioned enough to be considered chic. Fifi Fevertree smiled dazzlingly at the driver and climbed in.
Extra city service. The village of Rouseville off Route Z4.
You live in the country, huh? Said the cab driver, sailing up into the pseudo-blue and steering like a madman with one foot.
The country's okay.
1970s.
She hesitated.
So about the same time, really.
Okay.
Besides, it's even better now they got the time mains out there. We're just being connected to the time main at our house. It should be finished when I get home.
I reckon it's costly out in the country.
3 pates a basic unit.
He whistled significantly. She wanted to tell him more, wanted to tell him how excited she was, how she wished Daddy was alive to experience the fun of being on the time main. But it was difficult to say anything with a thumb in her mouth as she looked into the wrist mirror and probed to see what the dentist had done to her. He'd done a good job. The new little pearly tooth was already growing firmly in the pink gum. Fifi decided she had a very sexy mouth, just as Tracy said. And the dentist had removed the old tooth by time gas. So simple. Just a whiff of it, and she was back in the day before yesterday, reliving that pleasant little interlude when she had taken coffee with Peggy Hackinson with not a thought of any pain. Time gas was so smart these days. She positively glowed to think they would have it themselves on tap all the while. The bubble cab soared up and out of one of the dilating ports of the great dome that covered the city, and Fifi felt a momentary sorrow at leaving. The cities were so pleasant nowadays that nobody wished to live outside them. Everything was double as expensive outside, too, but fortunately the government paid a hardship allowance for anyone like the Fevertrees who had to live in the country. In a couple of minutes they were sailing down to the ground again. Fifi pinpointed their dairy farm, and the cabbie set them neatly down on the landing balcony before holding out his paw for an extortionate number of kilopates. Only when he had the cash did he lean back and unlock Fifi's door with one foot. You couldn't put a thing over these chimp drivers. She forgot all about him as she hurried down through the house. This was the day of days. It had taken the builders 2 months to install the central timing, 2 weeks longer than they had originally anticipated, and everyone had been in an awful muddle all the time as the men trundled their pipes and wires through every room. Now, all was orderly once more. She positively danced down the stairs to find her husband. Tracy Fevertrees was standing in the kitchen talking to the builder. When his wife burst in, he turned and took her hand, smiling in a way that was merely soothing to her, though it disturbed the slumbers of many a local Roswell maiden. But his good looks could hardly match her beauty when she was excited as she was at present.
Is it all in working order?
There's just one last-minute snag,
Mr. Archibald Smith said grudgingly.
Oh, there's always a last-minute snag. We've had 15 of them in the last week, Mr. Smith. What now?
Well, it's nothing that should affect you here. It's just that, as you know, we had to pipe the time gas rather a long way to you from the main supply down at the Roswell
I'm
Works.
really vibing with this being the background noise. Oh, yeah, no. Everybody seems to vibe with it. Once they actually stay and hang out, they realize it's not bad.
Out here, it seems to work fine, honey. Tracy
It's
said
very
to
me, where it's
Come on,
like,
I'll show you.
it's cool.
They
It's
shook
cool,
hands
it's
with Mr.
very
Smith,
me.
who showed a traditional builderly reluctance to leave the site of his labors. Finally, he moved off, promising to be back in the morning to pick up the last bag of tools, and Tracy and Fifi were left alone with her new toy. Among all the other kitchen equipment, the time panel hardly stood out. It was situated next to the nuclear unit, a discreet little fixture with a dozen small dials and twice that number of toggle switches. He pointed out to her how
Once
the time
people
pressures had been
actually
set.
stay and hang out with
Low
me,
for corridors and offices,
they realize
higher
it's
for
pretty
bedrooms,
cool to
variable
just
for the living room.
hang out
She
and
rubbed
just
herself
listen to
against him
some
and
old
made an imitation
tunes.
purr.
You are thrilled, aren't you, honey?
Now, I keep thinking of the bills we have to pay and the bills to come. 3 pay, it's a basic unit. Wow. Well, of course I love it, darling. You know I'm going to be delighted. Then they bustled through the house with the controls on. In the kitchen itself, they set themselves back to a recent early mid-morning. They floated in time, past, at the time of day Fifi favored most for kitchen work, when the breakfast chores were over and it was long before the hour when lunch need be planned and dialed. Fifi and Tracy had selected a morning when she had been feeling particularly calm and well. The entire ambience of that period swept over them now.
Marvelous. Delicious. I can do anything. Cook you anything now.
They kissed each other and ran
Or
into the
toss a
corridor
ball
crying,
around. Sometimes the
"Isn't
ball
science
provides
wonderful?"
its own
They
conversation.
stopped abruptly.
Oh, no.
The corridor was in perfect order, the drapes in place, and
Yeah,
metallic
I mean,
windows
you could
controlling
always
light
try
and
out that
storing
8-ball
surplus
command,
for
Hart.
The
Don't
creek of carpet in place
don't
and
feel
sprayed,
too
carrying,
afraid to
smoothly
try
forward,
out
the
8-ball.
paneling all warm and
You're
soft
just
to
here
the
for
touch.
fun, right?
But they were
Anyone want to
time-controlled
play
back to 3 o'clock of the afternoon a
Parcheesi?
month ago.
See, it's super
A
safe in
peaceful
here.
time of day, except that a month ago the builders
Oh my
had
God.
work here.
Honey, they'll ruin the carpet. And I just know the paneling will not go back properly. Oh, Tracy, look. They've disconnected the drapes, and Smithy promised not to.
Honey, everything's in order. Honest.
It's not. It's not in order. Look at these dirty old time tubes everywhere and all these cables hanging about. They've ruined our lovely dust-absorbent ceiling. Look at the way it's leaking dirt over everything.
Honey, it's the time effect. But he had to admit that he could not credit the perfect corridor his eyes registered. He was carried away like Fifi by his emotions of a month ago when he viewed the place as it had been then, in the hands of Smithy and his terrible men. They reached the end of the passage and jumped into the bedroom, escaping into another time zone. Peeping back through the door, Fifi said tearfully,
Gosh, Trace, the power of time. I guess we'll just have to alter the controls for the corridor, huh?
Sure, we'll tune in to a year ago. Say a nice summer's afternoon along the passage. You name it, honey. We'll dial it. That's the motto of Central Time Board, isn't it? Anyhow, how do you like the time in here?
After gazing round the bedroom, she lowered her long lashes at him.
Sort of relaxed, isn't it?
2 o'clock in the morning, honey. Early spring, and everyone in the whole zone sleeping tight. We aren't likely to suffer from insomnia now.
She came and stood against him, leaning on his chest and looking up at him.
You don't think that maybe 11 at night would be a more, well, bedroomy time?
No, I prefer the sofa for that sort of thing, honey. Come on and sit on it with me and see what you think about the living room.
The living room was 1 flight down, with only the garage and the dairy on the 2 floors below between them and the ground.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's so nice.
Looking over the landscape to the distant dome of the city. And it had a fine, large sofa standing in the middle of it.
And then
they sat
hair
down on this
texture.
voluptuous sofa, and past associations being what they were, commenced to cuddle. After a while, Tracy reached down to the floor and pulled up a hand switcher that was plugged into the wall.
We can control our own time from here without getting up, Fifi. You name the time, and we flip back to it.
If you're thinking of what I think you're thinking, then we'd better not go back more than 10 months, because we weren't married before that.
Oh, now come on, Mrs. Fevertrees. Are you getting old-fashioned or something? You never let that thought bother you before we were married.
I did, too. Though maybe more after than at the time when I was sort of carried away.
He stroked her pretty hair gently.
Hey, tell you what I thought we could try sometime. We could dial back to when you were 12. You must have been very sexy in your preteens, and I'd sure as hell love to find out. How about
Whoa! Whoa!
Female rebuke.
Creep alert! Creep alert! Whoa! Hold up! Whoa, guys!
Trace, we must be careful unless, in our excitement, we shoot back past the day we were born, or we'll wind up little blobs of protoplasm or something.
Honey, you read the brochures. When we get up enough pressure to go right past our birth dates, we simply enter the consciousness of our nearest predecessors of the same sex. You, your mother, me, my father, and then your grandmother and my grandfather. Farther back than that, time pressure and the Roswell mains won't let us go.
Conversation languished under other interests until Fifi murmured dreamily.
What a heavenly invention time is. Know what? Even when
Boat.
we're old and gray,
Goat, your radio is
we'll
loud.
be able to come back and enjoy ourselves as if when we were young. We'll dial back.
All right, how about that?
Very instant, won't we?
Just too much.
He said. It was universally shared sentiment.
How about that? How
That
about
evening
just
they dined
quiet
off a huge
for a little bit?
synthetic lobster.
You know
In her
what? I could
excitement
just...
over being on the time mains, Fifi had somehow dialed a slightly incorrect mixture. Though she swore there was a misprint in the cookbook programming she had fed the computer. Her fortune. Parker swiftly blarneyed the bedazzled colonial girl out of a crawler, as the Martian sand tractors are called, together with respirator, conservation suit, heater, maps, compass, and a week's rations to boot. The miraculous transfer of goods was so swiftly accomplished that the flummoxed young female failed even to procure Wintley's signature as surety on the rental papers. In fact, 30 minutes, Serta's standard time, from the moment he had swaggered through the double doors, Parker was chugging out of the rusty, dusty little spaceport town en route to a dazzling
the fucking radio is Freudian.
Now, the air of Mars is thin, cold, unsatisfying. Breathing it
You didn't think that that was creepy, narrator? You didn't think that that was just not right, narrator?
Our premiums are paid up for oxygen.
You know what? What if that was written by a woman? That would have been real weird.
Flesh is air.
Probably not.
Then there's the question of water. On Mars, there's none. Well, very little. The town of Dry Wells gained its cognomen as the result of a costly and extended drilling experiment. After spending a fortune in colonial scrip and penetrating halfway to the planet's lukewarm core, The end result was negligible.
Yes, look at that.
Wells they
So
had,
nice. I love it.
But where was the
So
water?
nice.
Hence, to cross the bone-dry waste of the Gemisar, as the native Martians
8-Ball
call
is
this
being
extra-caloric
8-Ball
version of
right
Death
now
Valley.
is being nice.
It's wise to carry sufficient supplies
Yep.
of oxygen and drinkables. Parker.
The narrator is real bad guy right now.
For the sheer monotony of the trip, no.
Yeah, come on, narrator, come on. I thought we were friends.
For 3 or 4 days, the airtight tractor
Suddenly in an
floated out
encounter.
balloon tires over an endless succession of rust-colored sand dunes, each precisely identical to the last. About twice a day. for
One
sheer
roll,
variety and
1d20
outcropping of
to
stone,
attack the
all
narrator.
view, rust.
Alright, so roll a d20 then. You have the command, it's in there.
That should he ever be lucky
Go
enough
on.
to return to civilization, he
Go
might
on,
never
let's see
be
if you
able
can
to look
attack
a
it.
rose in the face again.
He's got a
Began to
nice
entertain
voice,
serious
which is so
curiosity
sad
about
because
what
it's.
he would do should the second-hand tractor
This
break
isn't the
down
first
in the
story
midst
that
of
I
this
was just
interminable
like, hey,
wasteland.
we're gonna skip past
Whenever
this
moody
one.
thoughts like these arose, he sternly put them by and turned his mind to diamonds. After 4 days of bumpy, spine-jarring travel, Parker Wintley pulled into a native village with an immense feeling of relief. After 4 days of red sand and red stone, what a delight to the eye were the yellow-faced natives in their loose brown robes. What color, what variety! And Parker
Roll
dismounted
20.
from the
Wait,
dusty
dirt.
crawler in his glittering alumifoil desert suit and began
Yep.
to establish
Dice
friendly
20.
relations with the Martians.
A 3.
If anyone
Nothing
hereabouts
happened.
expected to know about diamonds, it would be them.
Oh, nothing happens. You
Nor
just
did it prove
miss.
difficult. Indeed,
Does the
friendly
narrator
relations were the
attack back?
mainspring and key gear of the Martian way of life. To the people, as they call themselves.
Oh, that actually would be a great enemy type called the narrator.
Their
That would be
entire
fucking
social system was built
fantastic.
around the host-guest relationship. This proved an obvious blessing for any visitor, save the most extreme eremite. But it also proved a bit trying to the visitor's patience. You see, for the past 40 million years, give or take a dozen millennia or so, the Martians have had nothing whatsoever to do. The ultimate in science, art, philosophy, literature, political theory, religion, sculpture, town planning,
Derp.
mathematics, musical composition, basket weaving,
Unexpected
drama,
token
historical compilation,
2.
or what you will. They already reached and
Not
achieved
even
when
gonna
our
give you a good
ancestors
one.
back on Earth were squatting atop a flint
That's
heap, scratching
great.
fleas,
I
and
love
dully
that.
formulating the theoretical basis for the wheel. They have had nothing on which to spend thought, artistic endeavor, and imaginative fertility in all these ages, except for politeness. A saying, "Howdy, stranger," or its colloquial local equivalent, had been elaborated into a formal ritual which took about 7 hours to accomplish. It involved 37 changes of ceremonial dress, a full-scale ballet, the employment of a fantastic variety of feather cloaks, ornate robes, national costumes, papier-mâché masks, and poetic exercises extempore. It was a trifle fatiguing, Parker found. However, he had come prepared. He had read up on Martian customs in the Liner small but well-chosen tape library and had taken the precaution of mastering the native tongue thoroughly. After all, there had been a new model hypnopedia in the library lounge, so why not use it? And now he was glad he had used foresight. He settled down for a long siege of listening. The welcoming ceremonial sequence should take about 5 days. It was certainly colorful enough, and after a day or two he began to wish he had brought along a camera. Surely he could have edited some footage and sold an article to the International Geographic. Well, 5 or 6 days later, Parker was still in there pitching, albeit a bit groggily. The endless succession of metrical speeches, dramatic interludes, ritual dances, ceremonial
I'm gonna go
masks
pee,
and robes,
and I will be
festivals,
right
and
back.
feasts was over at last, and they got down to the actual business of trading. Of course, with the flowery, elaborate speech the Martians
All right.
use, you
No,
would have
it's
to be
okay,
an utterly
man.
callous bore to simply come out and say,
Dude,
"Hey, Mac, you got any
thank
diamonds?"
you for coming in at
Instead,
all.
you
I do
have to
appreciate it.
approach
And
your subject
keep
with a
it
descriptive
real,
phrase of a
man.
mating flamingo,
Keep it
circles and
real, or
circles
try.
about the female, ever gradually drawing nearer
All right,
and nearer
I'm gonna
until
go
at
pee.
last, bam,
I'll be
he
right back.
pops the question.
BRB.
In fact, so elaborately embroidered had become the Martian language in the course of 12 million years or so of linguistic evolution that it was considered rudely abrupt to actually call a thing by its own name. Instead, a florid variety of metaphors and poetic synonyms were employed, which made it harder than ever to get to the point. Luckily, Parker Wintley was the past master of hyperbole. Still, this kind of suggestive, metaphorical speech did grate on his nerves. Take, for example, the chief elder of the clan, Jastuma Fontif da Bolshna Belafontifon, or boss of the local yokels. Parker mentally called him Chastum for short. He was a stately, dignified old yellowface, so stiff and formal he looked as if a good, healthy smile would crack his cheeks, and a real bust-out laugh would snap him in two. Well, each time in the course of their bargaining, when he had a chance to refer to Parker as party of the first part or whatever, he came up with a different phrase. One time it would be, "Honored and resplendent Lord Sir of the respected sons of the noble Green Star." And the next time, "Distinguished and generous high-born visiting brother of the sky-descended ancestor proud flying man." A little of this, as you can see, would go a long way. But a fortune was at stake. His fortune. So Parker had to grin and bear it. Then it was his turn again. So Parker got up and made the longest, dullest, most flowery and effusive and boring speech flesh and blood could endure, interrupted at the antiphonal points of his discourse by a ritual series of song and dance. And let me tell you, Martian singing sounds like somebody torturing a sick cat. Martian dancing is slow and formal, like a play, filmed in slow motion and run backwards. The combination of the two makes impecuniosity almost desirable. Despite these intervals of caterwauling, Parker made his offer. It was veiled in poetic allusions and filled with aggressive asides, during which he complimented the clan on their costume, architecture, cookery, on the wit of their elders, the beauty of their women, the cuteness of their kids, the weave of their garments, the taste of their foods, and on just about everything within eye reach. He ended with some standard guff about the poor, low-quality, tasteless, and dishonorable salt that he would like to give them. Now, salt is just about the only thing on Mars rarer than decent oxygen or drinkable water, and it delighted his soul to see the way their ears pricked up at his mention of salt. "You've got him now, Parker, my boy," he thought gleefully to himself. The old Chastum creaked to his feet again, paid ritual homage to the 37 cardinal directions and the 91 principal planets in the Martian zodiac, inquired after the health of each of Parker's esteemed ancestors, going back about 35 grandfathers or so, and politely inquired what Parker wanted in return for his priceless, tangy, exquisite salt. Diamonds sparkled in Parker's hot little eyes. He burst into a soaring rhapsody concerning the exquisite purity and unearthly beauty of the clan's supply of the most rare and precious sparkle, lovely, shining treasure from the ground.
Close enough.
About how
You know what?
he would
Close
be
enough.
happy to unload packets of
Dadbot
salt
tried.
for a few canisters of the good
Dadbot
old
tried to
glitter,
give some
gorgeous,
wisdom.
pure, like beauty stuff, otherwise known as the transparent, priceless, from under dirt flashing, or more commonly as the limpid, sweet, sparkling, rare, bright, glassy, and so on, and on, and on, far into the night.
How's the audio, Daddy-O?
Parker was happily
Is the
chugging
narrator
away home
sounding
over
good?
Jolly red wastes again. This time, in place of every neat little packet of dime store table salt he had fetched hither, there stood a great squat round
Yeah,
ceramic
he's
canister
sounding
of
all right.
Martian goodies.
Not too loud, but pretty okay.
How the saffron hands of the old geezer had quivered with eagerness as Parker solemnly handed over the little packets one by one.
Hi, hey, board.
Rip open the plastic wrapping and actually taste some of the precious salt. But politeness ruled in this as in everything else Martian.
How are you, board?
So rude as to taste the salt in his presence. For that would be
having too much fun over there?
It might be the old Phonus Balonus. No, sir, any more than could Parker rip the lid off one of those deliciously heavy canisters and feast his eyes
a little bit of
glittering diamonds within. Although, come to think of it, now that he was out of sight of the village, there was no reason why he should have to wait any longer for the delectable sight.
He sounds a little mappy to me today.
Gesture, and then all hell
mappy? What do you mean by mappy?
Yeah, sitting around in the corrosive Martian sand for 5 long, weary days and 5 long, exhaustive nights had worn down Parker Wintley's constitution. And you can imagine what it did to the old second-hand...
A little spritey?
The throttled gasp, the aged and fragile carburetor expired, and the crawler settling down on her rusty haunches in the dune, never to rise again. There was nothing Parker could do. The engine choked with ferrous dust, the diesel mixture like poor-grade mud from the sand that had filtered in the fuel line. He was marooned on foot amidst the trackless wastes of the limitless Gemisar. For a while, Parker cursed, employing an extensive vocabulary of expletives called from the far corners of the earth. Then he decided it would cheer him up to take a good, long look at the diamonds. So he cracked open the nearest
diamonds.
And, well, it seemed he wasn't as cussed out as he had thought, for he soon plunged into new depths of verbal profanity. Then for a while he sobbed like a little boy whose favorite teddy bear had just bit him on the calf. Eventually, he realized he was only dehydrating his innards. Philosophically resigning himself, he loaded up the damnable canisters and began trudging on foot across the trackless series of dune after dune after dune. It took him a lot of trudging and thinking and thinking and trudging before he began to realize the old Chastum hadn't actually meant to cheat him. Actually, it wasn't the stiff-necked old buzzard's fault at all. It was that unprintably sulphurous Martian language. So florid and finicky, always beating around the bush and never calling a spade a garden implement. No wonder the poor old Chastum misunderstood what Parker had been after. No wonder they gave him something he wasn't in the least looking for. Actually, it all worked out for the best. Luck had been working for Parker Wintley all the while. 3 days' trek on foot across the Gemisar without a well for 1,000 miles around in that dry Martian air, Parker would have ended up like a mummy, totally dehydrated, a veritable walking sponge. No, it was in fact a lucky thing the Martians made their error. For what good would diamonds have done poor old Parker, hoofing it wearily across the Dead Sea bottoms of desert Mars? Yes, it worked out for the best. And Parker crawled home to the sympathies of Miss Petra Weatherwax with his faculties unimpaired, if a little foot-weary. He bore no grudge against the people. It wasn't their mistake. The vital facts got lost in the translation, as it were. After all, to a Martian, diamonds weren't pure, shining, precious from underground stuff at all. Diamonds were just rocks they dug up while looking for what was really precious on their dry and dusty little world. Yes, trekking across the Gemisar with all those canisters strapped to his back, Parker was really quite glad the natives had filled them to the brim with pure, clear, shining, sparkling, crystal-colored water.
Hey, that wasn't a bad one this time. It was really good.
heard the story The Martian Eldorado of Parker Wintley, written by Lynn Carter. It appears in a collection called The Daw Science Fiction Reader, a very special anthology. A collection edited by Donald A. Wollheim.
Whoop whoop.
This is Michael Hansen. Technical operation for this broadcast by Marcia Phillips. Mindwebs is a production of WHA
spill the
Radio
salt.
in Madison.
God damn it.
University of
You don't
Wisconsin
spill that salt. I love that they have the fucking organ in the background. Like the organ. That's such an underrated instrument nowadays. I would love to hear an organ band live. All that to waste water? What a dumbass. What a dipshit. What do you think, Board? Imagine moving an organ. Imagine playing an organ.
This is Michael Hansen with a Mindweb story, this time from the volume The Book of Gordon Dixon. This is his story, The Man from Earth. The director of the Crossroads World of Dunbar had no other name, nor needed any, and his handsomeness and majesty were not necessarily according to the standards of the human race. But then he had never heard of the human race. He sat in his equivalent of a throne room day by day while the representatives of 1,000 passing races conducted their business below and before the dais in which his great throne chair sat. Next to the director's chair...
I like it. Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I do appreciate it.
He could see himself reflected at full length. Sometimes he looked and saw himself. But at this moment now, he looked outward. In his mind's eye, he looked beyond the throne room and the balcony and the steps without. He saw in his imagination all the planet-wide...
Her aim do suck, though.
...worlds of this solar system, which were the machine shops and granaries of this crown world...
She's a lady that uses the amount. 11, not too bad. Doesn't break just beats a 10, which is most everything's armor class. Like base armor class without anything.
One of his four-jointed fingers, of which he had three, with an opposed thumb in his hand. The male adult of his own race, who simply filled a role something like that of Chamberlain, stepped forward from behind the throne chair. The director did not look at the...
She's got the sun in her eyes. Come on. That's what's happening. She's got the sun in her eyes.
It has been some moments. Is there still nothing new? And the low voice for the Chamberlain at his ear said, Director of all, since you last asked, there has been nothing on the sixth world which has not happened before. Only the landing here at the throne city of a single alien of a new race. He has passed into the city now.
A 1. Ah, damn it. The sun was in my eyes, I promise. I don't mean to hurt my friends. I fight for my friends.
Oh, the failure is the coming one. It has been many generations since anyone seriously worshipped at a purple shrine. The sacrifice is a mere
I fight for my friend. Why is everybody shitting on? I just didn't want her actually hitting the bird, because I don't. Even if Twitter sucks, I don't wanna hit the bird.
Long fallen into disuse seem almost like something new when they are revived. Let the ancient penalty be re-established. From this
What?
as well as all others.
Die cause of friends. Oh man.
The rector moved his index finger in silent assent and dismissal. The Chamberlain stepped backward and spoke to the under-officers who were always waiting.
It's because I was being distracted by my friends. That was why. Ah. Have you caught dinner yet? Are we being accosted? No. Are we being accosted? No. Maybe she's just storing them there. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's terrible. Man, she was a real person. She'd be fucking pissed at you, bro. Thank God she is just one of my characters, but if I was her, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, bitch, what'd you say about me?
He had never known cold, hunger, or discomfort. He had never known fear, hatred, loneliness, or love. He watched himself now in the mirror, where he posed an unending enigma to himself, an enigma that alone relieved the boredom of his existence. He did not attempt to investigate the enigma. He only savored it as a connoisseur might savor fine wine. The image in the mirror he gazed upon was the image of a being who could find no alternative but to consider himself as God. Will Marston was broken-knuckled and wrinkled about the eyes, the knuckles he had broken on human and alien bones, fighting for what belonged to him. The wrinkles about the eyes.
She's just be storing arrows in me. Wow. Just shooting them right into you.
Will had come alone, and he was the first from Earth to reach it. From this one trip, he could well make enough to retire and not have to leave his family on Earth again. The Kayakas were honest and had taught him the customs of the Dunbar.
Everybody's a critic.
They sent him to Carl Dawn, one of their own people on Dunbar, who would act as Will's agent there. They had forgotten the small matter of the Purple Shrine. The custom was all but obsolete. The fine was nominal. They had instead talked of larger transactions and values. Passing through the terminal building of the port, Will saw a cube of metal, a purple cloth hanging on the wall above it, and small purple slivers that fumed and reeked. He passed at a good distance. Experience had taught him not to involve himself with the religions and customs of peoples he did not know. He reached the home of the Kayakan agents. Will had set up a balance of credit on several Kayakan worlds. Caldone would buy for him on Dunbar against that credit. They were beginning a discussion of what was available on Dunbar that would be best for Will to purchase, speaking in the stellar lingua franca, the trading language among the stars. Abruptly, they were interrupted by a voice from one of the walls, speaking in a tongue Will did not understand. Caldone listened, answered, and turned his heavy, leonine face on Will. "We must go downstairs," he said. Until Caldone led Will back to the room which led to the street before his home. Waiting there were two of the native lace and black short
And now,
belted at the waist with silver belts. A black rod showed in a sort of silver pencil case attached to the belt of each native. And one of them said, "Stranger and alien, you are informed that you are under arrest." Will looked at them and opened his mouth. But Caldone was already speaking in the native tongue, and after a little while the natives bowed shortly and went out. Caldone turned back to Will. "Did you see in the terminal?" Caldone described the purple shrine, and Will nodded. "And did you go near it?" "No. I always steer clear of such things unless I know about them." "I don't understand. But you are my guest, and my duty is to protect you. We'd better go see an acquaintance of mine, one who has more influence here in the Throne City than I do." He led Will out to one of the automated vehicles, and on their way to the home of the acquaintance, he answered Will's questions by describing the custom of the Purple Shrine. "I don't understand. I should have been able to pay your fine to the police and settle it. But they had specific orders to arrest you and take you in." "Well, why didn't they then?" "You are my guest. I've taken on the responsibility of your surrender at the proper time, while they fulfill my request with a verification of the order to arrest you." "Do you think it's something really important?" No, I am sure it is all a mistake." They stopped before a building very much like the home of Caldone. Cal led Will up a ramp to a room filled with oversized furniture. From one large chair rose a narrow-bodied, long-handed alien with 6 fingers to a hand. His face was narrow and horse-like. He stood better than 7.5 feet in jacket and trousers of a dark red color. A dagger hung at his belt. "You are my guest as always, Caldone, and welcome as the guest of my guest is." He turned to Will, speaking to Cal. "What is its name?"
yeah. Spawn like, Broham, we gonna end ya.
And his own Kayakan tongue tailed the English ST sound.
Caught myself shrimping? Alright.
"His name is Will Mausen." "Welcome. I am Aloha. What is it?" "Something I don't understand." And Cal switched to the native tongue of Dunbar, and Will was left out of the conversation. Caldone and Avoa talked for a little while. "I will check. Come tomorrow early, Caldone. Bring it with you." "Him. I will bring him." Of course. Come together. I'll have news for you then. It can be nothing serious." Cal and Will left and came back to the balcony above the courtyard of Cal's home. They sat talking. "Are you sure it's nothing to worry about?" "I'm sure." And Caldone fingered one of his narcotic candies in 6 fingers. "I'm sure they have
Being hunched over equals shrimping. Ah.
If there is any misunderstanding, Avoa can resolve it. He has considerable influence. Shall we return to talk of business?" So they talked as the interior lights came on. Later they ate their different meals together, Will's from supplies he had brought from his ship, and parted for the night. When he woke in the morning, Will felt better. Caldone seemed to him to be quite sensible and undisturbed. They rode over to the home of Avoa together, and Will took the opportunity he had neglected before to pump Cal about the city as they rode through it. When they entered the room where they had met Avoa the day before, the tall alien was dressed in clothing of a lighter, harsher red, but seemed the same in all other ways. "Well, what did you find out the situation is?" Avoa stared back at Will for a moment, and then turned and began to speak rapidly to Cal in the native tongue. Cal answered. After For a moment, they both stopped and looked at Will without speaking. What's happening? What is it? I'm sorry. It seems that nothing can be done.
I am sorry. Very sorry, but it is a situation out of my control. I can do nothing.
Why? What's wrong? You told me the legal system was fair. I didn't know about the shrine. Yes, but this is not a matter for their law. Their director has given an order. Director? The one on the throne? What's he got to do with it?
It was his command. The ancient penalty was to be enforced after he heard about your omission at the shrine. From now on, newcomers will be warned. They are fair here.
Fair? What about me? Doesn't this director know about me? What is he anyway? These people here control trade for light years in every direction. Not because of any virtue in themselves, but because of the accident of their position here among the stars. They know this, so they need something, a symbol, something to set up to reassure themselves of their right position.
In all else, they are reasonable.
Their symbol is the director. They identify with him as being all-powerful over things in the universe. The director's slightest whim is obeyed without hesitation. The director is not in the least irresponsible. He is sane and of the highest intelligence. But the only law he knows is his own.
He is all but impotent. Ordinarily, he does nothing. We interest and amuse him, and he is bored, so he lets us trade here with impunity. But if he does that, there is no appeal. It is a risk we all take. You are not the only one.
Wait, there must be someone I can appeal to. Caldone, I'm your guest. You are my guest, but I can't protect you against this. It's like a natural physical force, a great wind, an earthquake against which I would be helpless to protect any guest, or even myself. Pure chance. The chance of the director hearing about you and the shrine when he did has selected you. All those who face the risk of trading among the stars know the chance of death. You must have figured the risk as a good trader should.
Not like this. I must go. I have appointments on the throne room balcony. Caldone, give it anything that will make these last hours comfortable and if my house will supply. Remember, you must surrender it before midday to the police.
No. If nobody else can save me, then I want to see him. Him? The director. I'll appeal to him.
No, it is never done. No one speaks to him.
Wait. Will Marzone is my guest.
It is not my guest.
I am your guest.
It is already dead. And being dead can have no further effect upon the rest of us. You waste your credit with me.
Still, Cal neither spoke nor moved. Avoa turned and went out. Cal said,
My guest,
you have little cause for hope. After that, he sat silent. Will paced the room. Occasionally, he glanced at the chronometer on his wrist, adjusted the local time. It showed the
Yeah. Oh, the Twitter one is done. Well, basically. So, the biggest thing is that I'm going to look online and I'm gonna find some leaves brushes in Clip Studio Paint. See if I can find some leaf brushes to do for the background. But that looks so good. That looks really good, really killer. I might go over this again with some light to give some real good contrast so that I can bring that out and all that. I don't know. What do you think? The tree needs work, but I think she's fine. The tree needs a little bit of love and a little bit of this and that, a little bit of cleaning, a little bit of pruning, well, a few more leaves and whatnot. I think it looks pretty darn good. Personally, I think it looks pretty darn good. And I'm also getting hungry, so that's fun. And I'm almost done. It's almost that time again, where I don't have that much battery. Let's see. Yeah, that looks so good. I might. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Where are you? Here you are. I'm gonna clean this up just a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, board. I appreciate that, board. Thank you so much. I thank you very much. I thank you for being here the whole most of the time. You know. Look, I know you're busy. You're a busy man. People want you. People need you. I'm gonna add a little bit of blue here. Mortis. Curdle is up and rendering at an off glance. Ah. I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe I am just dumb.
Will stared at the golden eyes hanging above him, but he could read no difference in them, no response. They seemed to wait still.
Yeah? Oh, Curdle. Oh, you're sending, you're saying if you're gonna raid, go to Curdle. Oh, okay. Have I I don't think I've raided Curdle. Have I raided Curdle before? I don't think I have.
He sat slowly back in his chair. The Chamberlain spoke. You go now. Will sat staring at him, the tube of alcohol and water still in his grasp. You will go. You are free until midday and the moment of your arrest. Are you all insane? You can't do this sort of thing without an excuse. My people take care of their own. It is understandable if you do not want to die. But you will go now. I will have you taken away. Something broke inside Will.
Oh, yeah. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. Okay, so Curdle Games is on. Cool. If you have a raid choice, obviously feel free to do as you please. I know. Let's see. Yeah, no, everybody seems to be fine. So if they're fine, I will just send them, I guess, Curdle Games is what it's called. So I will send them to Curdle Game. Yeah, no, this looks fucking sick. Since I did that, that is so good. The armor, it just pops.
who am responsible for all things that happen here. It is my whim that moves.
I'm learning, I'm getting better as an artist.
My whim that the penalty of the shrine's neglect should be imposed once more. Since I had decided so, it was unavoidable that you should die. For when
So let me go.
all things follow inexorably. There is no other way, no other thing. But then as you were leaving, another desire crossed my mind. That you might interest me again on future occasions. And once more, all things followed. If you were to interest
Alright,
me
let's go to Curdle Games.
and so
Bam, raid.
and now you understand.
Curdle
Clouded with Lex's golden eyes.
Games.
Done
Alright.
something with you this
Alright.
day that I have never done before. It is quite new.
Alright, Curdle Games it is. I will see you guys later. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for being awesome. Yeah.
Creature not even of my own people, and made it understand
Yes.
no life.
So I'll see you, board. I'll see you later in raid. Yeah. Yeah.
He stopped speaking.
Yeah.
And Will still stood rooted where he was. Do not be afraid.
Awesome. And I will see everybody later.